10 minutes.
Music is playing right now in the Kumu, so I'll send a lechon for everybody.
Ooh.
Lechon. Hold on.
Hindi daw makapasok si Rodel. Saan bang link natin? Wait.
Nasend ko ulit. I sent it to you and then I sent it to the panelists again. Parang I saw him kanina.
There's a third Migs. Who's the third Migs?
It better be good looking.
Ready na si Bapa Pai.
Hey, na-adjust ko yung camera.
Sayaw siya.
So Lydia, are we going to do a count of how many people have either a malong or a malong in the background? Or...
Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that.
The 700 winner, you get
whoever has the top
gongs in their background.
Yeah, whoever has the most
just
number.
For everybody's information, we hit 800 registration on the last hour. So
we're going.
Good luck.
Ay,
Sayaw talaga.
wait, sa Pinor.
Ay. Wow. Ready. Ready.
Where's the rest of our... Saan si Ma'am Chingay? Hi, Kat.
Yes. Yes po.
Huh? All right. Hi, Ma'am Chingay. Guys, so again, just reminding everyone, like, light lang to, ha? Like, you know, it's just conversation. We're just trying to hang out. And we're introducing all of you guys na bonggang bonga. So don't talk about yourselves na. Just, you know, just get straight to your process and all of that. Hi, Ma'am Chingay.
Hello, good morning, everyone.
Hello.
Hello.
Did you guys know that Cardi B's mom is a Spice Girl?
What? Oh, sorry.
What?
Si Carda mom.
Which one?
Oh, Tito jokes. Hashtag.
Oh my God.
Hashtag Tito jokes. That's your guy. That's your guy.
I cannot believe you. Don't do it here.
And who are we missing, guys? Because we're gonna start in 5 minutes. She starts.
Also, Cardi B's sister is a personal trainer.
Oh. How about
Okay,
how do you say her name? Sawati.
Cardi O.
Sawati. Here, then you.
I don't know him.
Therese. Who's this other Therese person? Who is this?
I know. So other Therese, please show your face so we can rename your screen.
Can you guys all show your faces? Because baka naman may Zoom bomber. We don't want a Zoom bomber trying to show up naked.
Ay,
5 minutes. Who else are we missing?
Rodel.
Sir Tibo, Sir Rodel.
Oh, we're missing Sydney. Hang on a second.
What was it?
Doing a mic check. Can you guys hear me?
Carly, pa-text naman si ano si Sir Tibo and Rodel
Rodel, pumapasok. Okay, wait. Sige.
and MJ.
Si MJ nasa bus pa. In 7 minutes daw papasok siya.
Okay. Should I be closer? I think I'm gonna go closer. Yeah.
Up to you. Work those contours. Work those contours.
Ma'am Ching, guys, so sa
Asan na yung Therese?
What?
There's 3 Therese to Goddess now.
Because I just sent my link to everyone. I'm sure that's ano. I don't know.
So we have 346 waiting right now in Kumu.
Okay.
Oh,
Is that you, Faisal?
Yes.
Okay.
Tinry ko lang.
Can you try it again? Can you do it again?
I try.
Try mo ulit.
Okay, wait. Okay.
Is it okay, guys? Is it too loud? Or okay? Okay, we're going live in a minute. Should we wait like 2 more minutes till everyone's
2
here?
more minutes. Maybe we should wait a couple more minutes.
Okay. Who was that?
My mom.
Hello.
Hi, Mom.
Oh, we set the wrong
Hello,
link.
check. Oh. Hello. Check.
You guys send the panelist link to your people. Wag yung panelist link. Wait, she gotta pee. Hey guys, it's 3 hours, so if you need to make wee, maybe you should pee now.
Stop video. You can do stop video. You can do mute. But it's not during your time.
Yeah, don't.
Shall we wait 5 more minutes before we start? Because
Yeah.
I think we don't have everybody yet.
Yeah,
Oh, Sydney is here.
I'm gonna pee.
Hello, Mix.
Hi, Faisal. How are you?
Ano yung nasa likod mo? Ano yung nasa likod? Brass?
Yung Sarimanoke Imaw.
Okay. Hindi ko ma-figure. Ano yun siya?
Let's see if I can do it closer.
Alright. Ano yung made up of brass o kwan?
Brass.
Oh, really?
Brass. Marami siyang mga artworks around whatever. So this is just the small one.
This email.
Oh,
the
yes.
national-
Yes.
I have a wood. Nice. This is a nice one.
Thank you. It's not mine. Alam mo na.
Okay.
Alam mo na.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Four minutes.
Hi, Sydney.
Hi, Sydney.
Hi, can you hear me? Yeah, we can hear you, Sydney. We're doing good.
Ganda-ganda.
Yeah. Chichika tayo mamaya.
Basta, light lang tayo, just fun conversation, hanging out. Ito. Hi, sir.
Hey.
Good morning.
Good morning po.
Okay.
Lids pa change na there.
I just did. Just the last one. Yung isang charis na lang.
Walang ano. Baka that's your mom, Gemma. I'm just kidding.
Wait, she registered and got the right link.
Nag-change costume ka, Mati, ah. From the friar to ano na yan, sakristan?
Yeah,
Inasal nyo kasi. Ayan, nagbihis tuloy.
Sakristan ka na.
Sorry.
na self-conscious.
So conscious.
Okay lang yun.
Ano? Wait, hold on. Cherise. Where is the link for? Okay, lapit na. So again, we're streaming on Culture Aid, NCCA, House of Gongs. So if you guys want to forward that on your pages, tapos we're also streaming on ano to?
Kumu.
Como.
Yeah, Kumu.
Ron, do you have any other jokes that you want to give us before we start?
Please don't ask it from him. He's gonna give
He's
it
ready.
to you.
Look, he looks like he's ready.
I love the Tito jokes. Come on. I feel at home with those. Come on. Yeah.
Therese, do you want to lead the prayer for this one? And we can
Yeah.
start in 2 minutes.
Okay, okay, we'll pray na. All right. I'm not very good with prayers if I have everyone else do the prayer. But dear God, universe, please. Wow, it's hard for me to do a prayer. Maybe I should just ask someone else to do it. I really can't pray. Carlo na lang. Sorry, I'm gonna put you on the spot. Oh, Carl.
Oops, sorry.
Yeah,
that was pressure. That's pressure for me.
Sige, I'll do a Christian prayer. Just do your own.
Okay.
Father, we thank you for this day that you have set before us. We thank you for our time together, that we are all meeting up in this wonderful webinar series of Voices in the Field. We thank you, Lord. We thank you, Allah. We thank you, Magbabaya, the Diwatas in the universe. We thank you for guiding us and for giving us the knowledge, the wisdom, for us to be able to do this. Father, give our participants, ourselves, a kind heart, a sound mind, that we will all be able to participate and partake in all these blessings. We acknowledge that all this goodness, all the knowledge that we are sharing are all from you. We thank you, Lord, for each and every one of us. Guide us. Bless our interconnectivity, Lord. Give us a strong Wi-Fi internet here in the Philippines. We pray that you will protect us all. In Jesus' name we pray. In the mighty name of Jesus and all the Diwatas in the universe. Amen.
Amen.
Let's get it!
Woo!
Picture before and after. Just.
Sino
Yeah.
to? There's someone that's under my name. Sino yan?
I renamed one. I think one is Rodell.
Okay, that wasn't Rodel.
Oh, there's There's one under my name.
And there's one under my name as well. Okay, guys, so we might just have to remove some people that who's under my name, hala. Sige, wala nang choice.
True or false? The Philippines was discovered by Ferdinand Magellan in 1521. Answer: false. The Philippines was not discovered by Magellan. Groups of pre-Hispanic indigenous peoples had settled various parts of the country, and indigenous cultures had already been flourishing well before the 15th century. Indigenous women spent hours thinking up complex and meaningful textile patterns. The Mangyan were already creating ambahan or poetry, usually etched on bamboo. The Kankanae buried their dead in hanging coffins to bring them closer to the sky or God. This was the rich tapestry that, in a series of colonizations, Spain and America would dramatically change. Filipinos rallied against these powers, drawing upon a blossoming sense of nation. Like its iconic dessert halo-halo, Filipino identity is not just one thing, but a fascinating union of traditions, cultures, and influences. For Filipinos abroad hungry to know more about their roots and identity, Centro Rizal is the best place to start. Often located in Philippine embassies, Centro Rizal is the Philippines' cultural center abroad. There are over 30 sites of Centro Rizal across the world. Centro Rizal offers a treasure trove of Filipiniana and holds activities that celebrate Philippine culture. It has training courses for volunteer teachers and lessons and books on rules in writing and spelling in the Filipino language. Centro Rizal also has books and multimedia materials about Filipino culture and arts. Learn more about the People Power Revolution, a model of nonviolent regime change that other nations have emulated, or how Filipinos used egg whites mixed with lime as mortar for large stone blocks to build massive churches. Centro Rizal also organizes cultural and educational activities, film showings, exhibits, performances, food festivals, and workshops. Centro Rizal's doors are also open to foreigners who are interested to know more about the Philippines, including its trade and tourism opportunities. The center is named for Philippine hero Dr. Jose Rizal, whose books No Limitangere and El Filibusterismo helped spark the Philippine Revolution against Spain. Rizal lived abroad for many years, but distance only fanned the flame of his love for country. Filipinos, like Rizal, can remain Filipino at heart, even as they make their home in other parts of the world. By keeping alive the ties of Filipinos overseas to their culture, Centro Rizal helps preserve the fabric of Philippine society. Visit Centro Rizal today to learn more about the Philippines and embrace your Filipino roots.
All right. Magandang umaga, magandang gabi, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome to Voices from the Field, Filipino Identity and Contemporary Cultural Practice. My name is Charisse, one of the organizers. First of all, we would like to thank you all for being here. We all know that October is a crazy, crazy month. It's Indigenous Peoples Month, Museum and Galleries Month, and in the States, it's Filipino American History Month. So a lot of people have tons of things going on, and we do appreciate all of you being with us today to just cap off this month. Okay, so today we bring you our last program of Voices from the Field. We created this series of webinars to really create meaningful dialogue around different topics related to Filipino identity, affirmation, appropriation, and contemporary cultural practice. You know, now is really the time to bridge everyone, okay? We all know that we have all of these kind of different experiences, and it has shaped the way we think, the way we move, and the way we work. And we really just want to get everyone together and convene and hang out and share perspectives, all right? So we've already had 2 international webinars. Our first webinar, Ako or Tayo, was really like delving on Filipino identities. And as Professor De Leon Jr. said, no living Filipino culture is superior to another. And we're all equal, but different. And whenever a new wave of cultural influence enters our consciousness, we Filipinize it, we indigenize it to suit our needs and not the other way around. So in this program, we really, you know, we try to provide a safe space for dialogue and use the Filipino characteristics of pakiusap and pakisama to create a community. All right. Our second webinar, which was last week, was about appropriation, and we all know this is a hot topic. So it gave us insight into ethics and aesthetic and the use of Filipino textile and services from people working in the field. So we get the points of view of the weavers, of the social entrepreneurs, the academics. And what we got from that is that it's important to do your research, to acknowledge, and to understand that culture is dynamic, right? We don't live in a bubble. We will have another class on that starting next year, starting January, focusing on intangible cultural heritage and what that really means. Okay, so for this webinar today, we talk about we dialogue on sensibilities, sensitivities, and presenting Filipino. How do performance companies portray the plurality of Philippine culture? I mean, how do you do that in like 5 minutes? How are indigenous symbols portrayed, and are they acknowledged? And what is the creative process of the different performance companies, and what research goes into it? So we discussed this with performance artists and companies from the Philippines, North America, and even Korea. So before we get started, I would just like to let everyone know that this is a bilingual program, and if you don't understand, wala ka ng choice. Right? I'm just kidding. If you have any questions, just please put all your questions on the question and answer box if you are on our Zoom, and then you can also type it in on Facebook and on Kumu as well. Also, this is being recorded, so it will be uploaded later on. But first things first, I would like to introduce our team, okay? From various parts of the world that have been working hard and not sleeping for all of this to happen. Joining us from Museo ng Muntinlupa is Zina Cabahog. And hi, Zina. And Zina will be helping with tech. So if there's any technical glitches, we know who to blame, right, Zina? Okay, and then of course we have Lydia Kerian. And Lydia is our co-organizer for this International Voices from the Field program. And she will be dealing with all your questions. So lahat ng mga juicy questions at issues ninyo, isulat nyo lang and Lydia will take care of it. All right. And then, of course, my co-moderators for this event. First off, I would like to introduce, hold on, I lost my script. Okay, so I'd like to introduce a woman that has really influenced kind of the way I work and a lot of people from the Bay Area. May I introduce Alleluia Panis, right? Alleluia Panis is an American Philippine ex-director, choreographer, and nonprofit arts leader. She is the artistic and executive director of Cool Arts, and you saw the video earlier, America's premier presenter of contemporary and tribal Filipino arts. She has developed and leads the biennial tribal immersion program Tribal Tour for Philippine X and BIPOC cultural leaders and artists, and curates Cool Arts Philippine Master Artists in Residency program. So many of you, I'm sure, have gone to this program. I went through this program in 2000 and matagal na, basta mga 18 years na yata. So Alleluia trained in theater and contemporary dance in San Francisco, New York. And although she has had an extensive training and years of performance experience in indigenous Mindanao dances, she does not consider herself a traditional artist. However, her work is deeply influenced by this history. She performed for over 25 years, and her work has been performed at the Kennedy Center, Lincoln Center, as well as the Verona Festival and Singapore Arts Festival. Her dance film, She Who Can See, premiered at the 2018 CAMFest, formerly known as the Asian American International Film Festival. She has received numerous awards, including the Dance USA Artist Fellowship, San Francisco Arts Commission Artist Legacy, as well as awards from Rockefeller, Hewlett 50, and Rannon Foundations. Alleluia. Hi, Alleluia, you're on mute.
Well, here we are.
Yeah.
Hello, everybody. Good evening. Am I supposed to be talking now?
Yes, you are.
I'm the good old Manay. Alleluia to many of you. Thank you, Therese, for that incredible introduction. I don't know if I can live up to it. And I want to introduce my co-moderator, Migs Anzures. Migs Anzures is a Filipino-American cultural bridge facilitator and an inter-country adoption board post-adoptive ally from Washington, D.C., now based in Makati, Philippines. He has promoted awareness of cultural diversity and multiculturalism while helping to build bridges of understanding between individuals and community groups related to Filipino-American experience. He was an artistic consultant, dancer, choreographer for various universities and organizations in the Washington, D.C. area, and also served as a principal dancer for the Embassy of the Philippines in D.C. Migs has worked on initiatives with Filipino-American Youth Dialogue in D.C., Camp Mabuhay, Filipino Cultural Camp for Adopted Filipino Kids, Anti-Defamation League, Filcra, Team Harmony D.C., NAFA, Youth, Filipino Intercollegiate Networking Dialogue D6, Filipino-American World War II Veterans Equity, Filipino Young Professionals of Washington, D.C., Mabuhay Inc., Tanghalang Filipino, D.C., Phil-Am Dance Ensemble, Fiesta Asia, the U.S. Department of Threat Reduction Agency, and the Cultural Center of the Philippines. He's also a versatile entertainer who has DJ'd for radio stations like 99.5 RT and 97.9 Home Radio. And he has done voiceover for numerous commercial campaigns, including Nickelodeon, Channel V, and E! News Asia All Access. Thanks.
Thanks, Manay. Yeah, thank you so much for that introduction there. We also have with us today, Carmencita Chingay Hasareno Bernardo, who is currently the Department Manager of the Cultural Exchange Department of the Cultural Center for the Philippines. She has been in the forefront of cultural outreach work and artistic productions for the past 2.5 decades, specializing in community arts management, artistic touring programs, local and international, organizational development programs, and managing major artistic productions, events, and festivals. Now, for the last 36 years, Chingay's art and cultural outreach work has enabled her to travel extensively all over the Philippines and all over the world, managing major international cultural exchanges in Europe, the USA, and Asia. And in 2003, she was awarded a 3-month fellowship grant by the Asian Cultural Council of New York to observe arts administration practices and management of community-based cultural organizations in the US. In 2012, the Barasoan Kalinangan Foundation Incorporated of Malolos City, province of Bulacan, recognized Chingay with the Gawad Uhay Award for her valuable contributions to the development and promotion of arts and culture in Bulacan. And of course, our final moderator, Mr. Carlo Ebeo. Carlo Ebeo is a training specialist and visiting university professor, independent curator, and events management consultant for culture and governance. He works with various local government units in the Philippines in developing programs for culture, arts, and tourism. Currently, he's a member of the Board of Trustees of the National Museum of the Philippines, occupying the position as a distinguished cultural worker. He's also the Vice President Head of the NCCA, National Committee on Cultural Education, the Vice President for Provincial Tourism Council of South Cotabato, and the co-chair Coronadal City Culture and Arts Council. Carlo was instrumental in various pioneering cultural development work and collaborations in Northern California, especially with Cool Arts, Incheon, South Korea, with the establishment of the Incheon Bilingual Theater Festival, and various anthropological work in various higher education institutions in Europe, such as Uppsala University in Sweden, Leiden University, etc. Now, everyone, this program is brought to you by Culture Aid, the Genius and Indigenous House of Gongs, Cool Arts, and is supported by Hobby, the Philippine Textile Council, and the Hobby Shop Fair, the National Commission for Culture and the Arts, Centro Rizal, Museo ng Muntinlupa, Baybayin.com, and Kumu. And we have Carlo.
Ayan, no, today, madamo kita sang ginimbita nga mga speakers. Our speakers for today come from different fields of expertise from both the Philippines and the diaspora. They have made waves in their field and continue to work in heritage, arts, and education. Chingay?
Yes, before we begin our program, we'd like to welcome Faisal Munal, the Artistic Director of the CCSPC Sala Mindanao Dance Company. He is the Amoro artist that has performed all around the world promoting and educating audiences on Magindanaoan culture. He's also part of America's Cool Arts, Master Artist in Residence and Culture Aid's Ambassador Program in the Philippines. He will begin our program with a special blessing.
Magandang umaga at magandang gabi sa mga nasa ibang bansa. Ang ginawa ko po ay isang ritual na para po mapagbigyan tayo ng blessings. Ito po ay isang for the wellness of everyone. Positive po ang ating vibes o ngayong hapon sa Amerika. Alam ko pong powerful po yung yung pagsagayan dahil we evoke the spirits na nila sa isang spiritual aspect, Prince Bantugan, sila Prinsipe Baratamen, Prinsipe sa mga anak po ni Bantugan. Natin alay sa isang spiritual na bagay. So sana po ay magiging maganda po ang ating talakayan sa umaga ito at sa hapon ito. Marami pong salamat.
Thank you, Faisal, for opening our session with that special blessing. And it sets the tone for our discussion today. Again, this webinar is brought to you by Culturate, the Genius and Indigenous, House of Gongs, Cool Arts, and is supported by Hobby, the Philippine Textile Council, and the Hobby Shop Fair, the National Commission for Culture and the Arts, Centro Rizal, Museo ng Muntinlupa, by Bayan.com, and Kumu. Now, as a reminder, this is an international and bilingual program. Our panelists also come from varying bandwidths, so you may experience some technical glitches here and there, so we ask for your understanding. So, on that note, let's begin in 5, 6, 7, 8. Performing on stage is a feat all in itself, and our panelists have each given their contributions to the art of dance and representing Filipino culture in different ways. Today, we come together as a collective group from the Philippines and abroad, representing the folkloric and contemporary in a safe space of understanding, artistic expression, and appreciation for all things Filipino. We want to remind our panelists and audience this webinar is meant to, again, foster an understanding between cultural barriers based in the Philippines and abroad in terms of representing the Philippines in a contemporary performance environment. Now, we all have a love of sharing the Filipino culture, so we ask that you keep an open mind, respect, and listen to the perspectives of each of our speakers as we address indigenous symbols and plurality in contemporary performance, a dialogue on sensibilities, sensitivities, and presenting Filipino. Our first presenters for today are from Bayanihan, the national folk dance company of the Philippines, which takes its name from an ancient Filipino tradition called Bayanihan, which means working together for a common good. Founded by Dr. Helena Benitez in 1956, it made its international debut at the Brussels World Exposition in 1958. Backed up by research and innovative choreography, Bayanihan has earned many distinctions, some of which are the first non-American dance company to perform at the Lincoln Center in New York, the first Filipino group to break into Broadway, the first to make an in-depth tour of South America, the first Filipino cultural group to perform in Russia and the People's Republic of China, and the only dance company to win the prestigious Ramon Magsaysay Award for International Understanding. In more than half a century, Bayanihan has covered 14 major world tours, more than 100 short tours in 6 continents, and in more than 700 cities worldwide. In 2002, with its second-generation directors, Bayanihan started joining world dance competitions. Today, Bayanihan shines proudly as a 13-time World Dance Top Prize winner. It has brought pride to the Philippines many times over by showcasing the beauty of the Philippines and the story of the Filipinos through its music and exquisite dances. Now representing the Bayanihan today are Pamela Corrales, Petra Elepaño, and Marel Benitez Javellana. Pam holds a bachelor's degree in psychology from St. Paul University, Manila, and finished her master's degree in clinical psychology at the Philippines Women University. She's been with the Bayanihan for 15 years as a core performing artist and has toured with the company in Asia, Europe, North America, South America, Middle East, and Australia. She was also awarded Excellence in Culture and Arts in 2011 in Batangas and now works as part of the faculty at Philippine Women's University. Petra is part of the core members of the Bayanihan and has been with them for 16 years. She's toured with the company in Asia, Europe, North America, Latin America, Middle East, Australia, and the Pacific Islands. She also holds a degree in business administration from the University of Santo Tomas, finished certificates in MS Finance and UP Diliman, and arts management from the European School of Economics in Florence. And she is currently finishing her master's degree while working as an attaché at the Consulate of the Republic of San Marino, faculty of Philippine Women's University, and a social media manager to Aro Hospitality Group. And Marielle, she is the national youth coach, a former Philippine national athlete, and a Bayanihan performing artist. She graduated with a master's degree in education management from Philippine Women's University and holds a BA psychology and marketing management degree from De La Salle University. As a core performing artist for the Bayanihan for 16 years, she has toured Europe, USA, Canada, Australia, and Asia. And as a national youth coach, Bayanihan performing artist, football analysis and commentator, Marielle balances her work as faculty and athletic director of Philippines Women's University, and at the same time, representing the Philippines in sports and dance. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll start off with Bayanihan, the national folk dance company of the Philippines, with Marielle Benitez Havaliana.
Mabuhay, everyone. Bayanihan, the national dance company of the Philippines, celebrates 64 years in promoting, showcasing the best of Philippine culture through music and dance. It was in the 1950s that the Philippine government needed to be represented at the Brussels Exposition. After many discussions, our late founder, Senator Helena Z. Benitez, said, "Why not send our young people to show the world the story of the Filipinos and the beauty of the Philippines?" Thus, the international debut of the Bayanihan that brought them eventually to their entry to Broadway and many more. Since then, the Bayanihan has kept working, promoting, and serving the Filipinos as guided by our founder's vision. During the earlier years, the Bayanihan research team, through the guidance of our founder, ventured into far-flung villages to search for the essence of the Filipino soul. They discovered then that dance was an essential part of life in the Philippines. It dominated their celebrations as they had dances to invoke the gods for a good harvest, for victory in war, for good fortune, and for Thanksgiving. These traditions, as well as the many facets of Filipino identity, became the basis of Bayanihan's materials for theater. Translating indigenous dances into a theatrical spectacle is what Bayanihan is known for. Dance, as performed by the Bayanihan, reflects the beauty of the Philippines and the captivating lives of the Filipinos. In more recent years, Bayanihan has used various means to project dance to make a statement on social and cultural issues in its repertoire. Bayanihan's programming from the very beginning always projected from the Bayanihan lens the various groups and regions of the Philippines, bringing together a beautiful compilation of songs, dances, and music that reflects the story of the Filipinos.
These traditional dances and music are interpreted through our own perspectives. With the entry of the second generation of directors, Suzy Moya Benitez, Ferdinand Bong Jose, Melito Valle Cruz, they recognized the need to innovate and start something new for the new generation of audience. Bayanihan made sure it did not lose the essence of folk as it embarked on experimental new forms marked by the creative use of computer images and moving lights. More than visual images, the artistic team added concepts and storylines to existing dances. And then, we become the characters we play. However, in the theater, there are situations in dances that cannot be recreated from its original form. That is why we have an artistic team that takes care of production. These creations and limitations are based on the research we do. How do we do it? Team approach. If it is possible to bring the whole group for the research and immersion, we make do so. We get a better perspective of things and more ideas. We also have our Teaching and Touching Lives Through Sayaw program. Now on its 24th year, it allows us to teach, share, and learn. We partner with local government units and allied sectors and conduct our own research. There are many ways without going into details, but we, who are teachers too, conduct studies that can be and will be useful for the company. Our directors encourage us to grow not only as a performing artist, but as a person representing the Philippines. They want us to be leaders, pursue further education like masteral or doctoral degree, hence become a better us. However, due to the pandemic, we encountered a lot of difficulties. But we still persist in doing our service to the community as members of Bayanihan.
As core members of the Bayanihan, we continue to teach as faculty members at PWU. Bayanihan launched its dance certificate program called Y Dance. It's a 40-hour online certificate program in collaboration with PWU Center for Culture, Arts, Music, and Sports. The second trimester, we will continue our dance certificate program that will have dance, dance music, and wellness. And on to the third try. Our Fiesta Folkloriada, Bayanihan's International Culture Exchange, now on its 14th year, we will proceed online. This has always been successful as we continue to partner with schools, universities, and local government units. We strengthen our global relations through cultural dialogues and workshops. Also, we are actively involved in P and NCCA projects like the upcoming Christmas special from December 14 to 20, and plans and programs for 2021 continue. So, what's our advice? Reinvent and look for ways to become a better you and to continue to serve better your community. Thank you.
Thank you again to Marielle, Petra, and Pam of Bayanihan National Folk Dance Company of the Philippines in Metro Manila. Now, if you guys have questions for them, we'll be doing this in just a few minutes. So again, please feel free to put your comments in our Kumu or in the Zoom or in the Q&A, and then we'll try to answer those questions for you in just a bit. But we're gonna go on to our next company, which is Parangal Dance Company, which is a Filipino folk dance group based in San Francisco Bay Area. Parangal aspires to inspire by giving tribute to the Philippines by creating awareness on indigenous people's traditions and culture through their stories, attire, music, and inspired dances through their performances. Parangal also works to bridge the country's people, Filipinos in the diaspora, and the world to cultural bearers and the communities so that we can all know that they're still there. Now, we have a short little video that we want to play for you here. So if you'll take that for us there, Zena.
We are Parangal. Parangal means tribute. We aspire to inspire by giving tribute to the Philippines, by creating awareness on indigenous people's traditions and culture through their stories, attire, music, and inspired dances through our performances. We also work to bridge the country's people, Filipinos in the diaspora, and the world to the cultural bearers and their communities so that we can all know that they are still there. Our values are discover, to know our roots, preserve and educate, to share and put into practice what we know, inspire through performances, and last, advocate, to stand on the side of justice by uplifting the voices of the marginalized with the intention of raising awareness, promoting consciousness, and creating social change.
Our panelist, Eric Solano, has been a Philippine dance practitioner since 1993. He He founded Parangal Dance Company in 2008 and continues his work through regular immersion in various indigenous communities across the archipelago. He has helped produce 5 home shows, which consist of 14 pieces based on research performed across 9 countries in the last 5 years. Eric has been part of PCN, or Filipino Cultural Night movement, for 27 years and is currently an adjunct professor at University of San Francisco's Philippine Dance and Culture class. Eric, welcome.
Hey, Migs.
Hi, how are you? Let's see if we can get you here on the screen along with me here. So, Eric, can you tell us about your research and creative process?
Sure. In 2005, thanks to Manay of Cool Arts, we've started going back home to the Philippines. So far, we've gone through from throughout the archipelago, from Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, and the Sulu archipelago. And what we try to do is learn directly from the culture bearers, and we engage them from the beginning all the way to the end of our creation of work. And before we publish our work, we make sure to get the green light from the culture bearers as much as technology or communication or connections that allow us. So that's what we have been doing. Actually, we started only doing that from 2011, but the research of my own has started back in 2005.
All right. But so how are you innovating, and what remains your inspiration when you're choreographing your dances?
Inspiration of the dances really starts with all the members or artists of Parangal dance companies. So I owe that to them because they stand behind what our mission is and focus on that and focus on our pillars. And next, what we try to do is to make sure to, again, work with the culture bearers. They continue to serve as an inspiration to keep doing what we have started to do back in 2011. One of the things that our Bagobo Tagabawa, Sonia Mangune, when I first visited them back in 2011, so that has stuck with me until now. And what she said is, we're working with you, or we trust you with the information, and we'll share what we can, because we want the world to know that we are still here. We are not just books, we're not just videos on YouTube or others, articles, for example, that they are still there preserving their culture.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, so you're giving a chance for people to see the different cultures of the Philippines. Now, you've been doing PCNs for a long time now. So for those of you who are not aware of what PCN is, it's a Filipino Cultural Night that is usually put on by colleges and universities during their, sometime, I guess it's springtime, correct?
Usually, yes.
Yeah.
February all the way to June, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So how are you doing this to educate the next generation? Do you use the PCNs to educate the next generation based on this?
Yes, luckily I've been blessed, or been invited by several schools here, especially University of San Francisco and San Francisco State University. So basically, with the research that I've done, sometimes the schools get to do the new work first, and then I expand it when I continue to create the work in Parangal. So basically, the main point that I cover with the PCN is because I also starting videos, social YouTube and so forth, right? So what I asked them to do is, if we are using resources from all these different platforms, let's take a step back and really look deeper into the information that we want to know, right? That we want to see, so that way we can better understand what it is that we're trying to portray on stage, what it means, what the attires are supposed to be worn, and also when we are working with the elders, for example, like we have Faisal Munal here, and Nanay Saki, all the way from Tawi-Tawi, and all the other culture bearers that we have worked with, is to make sure that we give credit we give credit and recognition and respect to the elders that we have learned from. And also, if we start to see videos, for example, I also usually encourage the students as well to look at the dial videos of the National Commission of Cultural the Arts, because we can learn so much from there. And so that way, with our inspirations and the things that the students want to show in the PCN, that will help guide them, so that way they can be introduced accordingly to the different IPs.
Yeah, great. I mean, showcasing our Filipino culture to a local and international audience, especially during PCNs, is just, it's a great way, especially in the college community, for, you know, other groups that have not seen, you know, Filipino culture to get in there. Now, that also brings me to my next question. You did mention that, you know, you've used YouTube material, you started from YouTube materials, and then you all started doing your research. How do you get people involved? How do you get, you know, it's a different generation now, so that, you know, everything is all online. So how do you get them involved into it, and how are you able to? I guess the best question would be is like the involvement of people. What gets them interested into the research that you do? Do you offer a program for them to immerse themselves in as well?
Yeah. So actually, in Parangao, I pretty much consider all our artists as respective leaders in their own circles and communities and school. So I believe when we have our roundtable or meetings, that the students or the artists that join us are really interested to know more about who they are as Filipinos, to discover their roots, but also believe in the advocacy of Parangao in how we present work. We're continuously learning from the different culture bearers, of course, so we cannot achieve perfection, because we're always changing, like almost every year, the focus of the different IPs. But I believe it is the mission and the advocacy that influence other students, practitioners, or artists around the world to know more or join the company.
Mm-hmm. Now, you've gotten a chance to represent the Philippines in different festivals around the world, correct? Now, this question might be a little heated, but
okay.
It's one of those things that we kind of have to ask during this type of forum. Now, folk dance groups in the diaspora, like, how do you reconcile the fact that, you know, groups in North America are sometimes given the opportunity to represent the Philippines? Now, this opportunity is sometimes taken away from groups in the Philippines to actually represent themselves. Now, I know it's very heated, but, you know, what are your thoughts on this?
Yes, so I already thought about this. So thank you for the question. My motto is, don't wait for the opportunity, look for the opportunity. So when we started Parangao back in 2008, I started, of course, we're still figuring out who we are, what we do, but then, you know, that comes with time. So what I did was I started sending information, videos about Parangao, so that way they know what we do, what we stand for, and our programs and our dances. So with that, we eventually got started getting invitations from the different folk dance organizers around the world. So there are hundreds of festivals in the world that's done by CIOFF, and also so that starts from January all the way to December. For example, we have an invitation for Africa this coming November, next month, right? So I believe that there is a festival for all of us to participate in. And we also actually, when we are out there and we build relationship with the folk dance organizers or the festivals, we use that opportunity to refer the dance companies, especially in the Philippines, to take part of the festival. So because our work schedule only allows us, let's say, 2 weeks, right? And some of that we use for ourselves, and then now it's a dancecation, for example. So we can only usually do one a year, right? We can't do like 3 months. So I refer dance companies to the Philippines for the festivals. And usually it is, of course, money constraints, time constraints that would prevent us from being able to attend. So, so my suggestion is for the dance companies in the Philippines, grab that opportunity, contact us. We're connected with the different organizers, and we are here to promote Parangal. We are here for Philippines to give pride and honor, and we're also promoting Filipinos and non-Filipino dance companies to the different festivals that we're invited in.
All right. And Eric, my last question for you is, many companies have had to find new ways to innovate, from online performances to instruction. And as cultural bearers during this new normal, what challenges have you faced, and what advice can you give to your fellow performers?
This COVID has really pushed everything back for us. But it has also opened doors. So now we didn't realize we have all the different followers pretty much around the world. So even though we know that we cannot take the risk for the sake of performance, we put priority of the health first of all the artists. But now we have Zoom, we have Facebook Live, we have Google Meet, so we have used that opportunity to begin voices from the field, actually, or dialogue with the different culture bearers that we have. So that way, because when we go to immersion, there's really only a pocket of us that go. So let's say six of us and other members from the different dance companies. So a lot of our members have not met our culture bearers. So that's the opportunity that we took. So every Friday, or as much as we can based on the availability, we use that opportunity to bridge our culture bearers, not just to the Parangal members, but also to the different practitioners around the country and the world. So I will say for now, be patient. I'm trying to be, but sometimes, but also use this time because I usually plan it 2 years ahead. I pretty much know what I'm gonna be doing 2 years from now, or what I want the company to do, or sometimes 5 years from now. So I use that time for inspiration, and then I see what I need to prioritize, but also stay connected with the company as well.
Thank you so much, Eric. That's Eric of Parangal Dance Company in San Francisco, California. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Megs. Thanks, everyone.
Now, the Philippine Folk Dance Society has been the premier institution for the preservation and promotion of Philippine traditional folk dance since 1949, and was founded by the first national artist for dance, Francisca Reyes Aquino. The Philippine Folk Dance Society is committed towards the preservation and promotion of Philippine folk dances by cultivating nationalism and patriotism in folk dance, developing appreciation of folk dance among the youth, fostering goodwill and understanding among Filipinos and other nationalities around the world. Now, our panelist, Rodel Fronda, is an alumnus of the world-renowned Bayanihan, the National Folk Dance Company of the Philippines. He's a lifetime member of the Philippine Folk Dance Society, member of World Dance Alliance Philippines, NCCA Dance Committee, and Executive Board of Pamanang Bulacan Foundation, Incorporated. He is also presently the Artistic Director and Choreographer of Lahing Batangan Dance Troupe of Lyceum of Batangas, and Sining Bulaqueño Pangat Mananayaw ng Bulacan. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Rodel Fronda. Sir Rodel. Moments.
Hi.
Again, for those that have questions, feel free to leave them in the Q&A. And hi, how are you?
Hi, Mig. I'm sorry. Good morning and good evening to everybody. I am very happy to be part of this international webinar. The Philippine Folk Dance Society is allow me to talk about the Philippine Folk Dance Society. Philippine Folk Dance Society is a non-profit and a non-stock organization of professional teachers, dance leaders, dance educators, dance enthusiasts in the Philippines. The sub-name of in Filipino of the PFDS is Samahang Tagapagtaguyod ng Katutubong Sayaw ng Pilipinas. This was changed in 2019 because of some reason. Founded in 1949 by Francisca Reyes Aquino, the society sought to preserve the traditional characteristic of Philippine folk dances, to enrich the knowledge of these dances and to develop appreciation, promote nationalism, and to propagate authentic folk dances. In 1950, Mrs. Aquino initiated the annual dance festival in cooperation with the Department of Education. Ethnic groups were invited to perform at the Rizal Memorial Complex. She also began dance clinics where teachers from various Luzon provinces met every Sunday to learn the latest dances discovered or researched through her researches. The clinic also served as a clearinghouse on issues on interpretation, costume, music, and dance steps. And for some reason, the society was put on hold. But in 1975, it was revived through the initiative of Dr. Lucrecia Reyes Urtula, then director of the Folk Arts Theater and the dance director of the Bayanihan National Folk Dance Company. She invited some old members to help to establish a new society. And its main activity is to conduct folk dance workshop, the first being held at the Philippine Normal College. Later, then they hold at the Folk Arts Theater in collaboration with the Cultural Center of the Philippines and the Department of Education. The society has gone a long way as an organization and was recognized by award-giving bodies as an institution for folk dance education by the City of Manila, by the Batnubay ng Sining at Kalinangan in 1966. The Folk Arts Theater recognition in 1984, in the Francisco Reyes Memorial Foundation Award in 1999, and 2008 Gawad CCP for Natatanging Parangal. The Philippine Folk Dance Society still continue to research and search for the development, a better program and service, and shall forever bring in its mission in preserving and disseminating the great tradition in folk dances. The vision of the society is a center for folk dance education, research, and leadership in the Philippines. And its mission is committed towards the preservation and promotion of Philippine folk dances as valued contribution to Filipino culture. We have, for 39 years, we have conducted the National Folk Dance Workshop. And unfortunately for this year, because of the pandemic, the edition of the 40th National Folk Dance was on hold. Other activities that we conduct is the publication of Sayaw from volumes 1 to 10 and classic book collections from 1 to 8 to corresponding tapes and CDs that we give to the participants during the National Folk Dance Workshop. We also produce instructional videos for our participants and also being sold, or we can avail of these materials at the CCP gift shop. For some, I think they have bought some books and videos and CDs. We also assist our PFDS local chapter in the conduct of their eco seminar in different regions in different parts of the country. We have also conducted accreditation program for teachers for our lifetime members. And we have, during my term as president of the Philippine Folk Dance Society, I have added an additional activity like the dance clinic. We have conducted the first dance clinic where we focuses in the different dances from the Cordillera region. And then the Induct Pilipinas, where we had it in 2017. In 2019, it's a folk dance festival where we gather all the best folk dance troupes in the Philippines. But in the 2019 edition, we have also invited some groups from from Japan, and from America. Um, oh, that's it. But also we conduct during the National Folk Dance Workshop. We have some activities like we have dance sessions, panel discussions, lecture demonstrations, and other discussions for the whatever is what needed by the members of the society. We have street dance, cultural shows, regional presentations, and dance showcase. We also have folk dance competition open for all the PFDS local chapters. In the first edition, or in the first the hosting of the National Folk Dance Workshop, it is actually just exclusive for teachers. But for the past decade, we have opened this for dance students, student in PE or dance major, and for other dance troops, students who are members of their dance troops to participate, not just exclusive for teachers. In this, so we actually teach the young generations of what is supposed to be taught for their teachers and during the National Folk Dance Workshop. In the conduct of the Induct Filipinas, we have tried opening this and partnering with the Cultural Center of the Philippines and the National Commission for Culture and the Arts. And we have a lot of audiences from different parts of the country, and especially in Manila, who were able to witness and learn a lot of dances and folk dance troops who are existing in the Philippines that they have good track records. And not only the groups who are based in Manila, but we have invited groups from Luzon, Visayas, other parts of Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. And I think, Migs, that will be all for Philippine Folk Dance Society. In the subtitle of Philippine Folk Dance Society, Samahang Tagapagtaguyod ng Katutubong Sayaw ng Pilipinas.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Rodel Fronda of Philippine Folk Dance Society of the Philippines, from the Philippines. Now, all three of our panelists have showcased their different teaching programs. Bayanihan with Teaching and Touching Lives, Parangal with their different immersion programs for their students, and of course, Philippine Folk Dance Society with their annual workshops all over the Philippines. Now, we are gonna have a little short question and answer here during this time. So if you guys have questions for our panelists, feel free to comment or post so we can try to address them as best as possible. Now, if we can, let me take a look at our first question here. We have some questions for the Bayanihan. So if I think we have Pam, Petra, or Marielle, if you can answer one of these questions here. Our first question is, there's been much talk about Bayanihan. This is your company's response to this. Marielle or Petra or Pam?
Sorry, Migs, your question was
okay.
Yeah.
Yes, there's been much talk over the years that Bayanihan's choreography is not authentic. So, what are your thoughts? What is the company's thoughts on that?
Authentic? Well, we actually have a working committee, an artistic team, consultants from the board who continue to research, continue to discuss all these issues. So we leave that to them, and us as core performing artists, we just continue to do our best to fulfill our mission and to showcase the best of Philippine culture the best way we can.
Okay. Thank you for that. So we have another question here. Again, these are little hard-hitting questions. People just want to know what's going on. Now, what can you say about regarding cultural appropriation of IP culture? Now, it's evolved our question is, they want to know exactly regarding cultural appropriation of IP culture. It's evolved over the years for members of Bayanihan. So you've, from when you started out to what it is now, how is the company addressing the cultural appropriation portion?
Well, like what Petra was saying, we continue to do our teaching and touching lives. It's now on its 24th year. And through our research documentation, we continue to tell our story and our interpretation through our dance theater and through our stage. And I think even in the past, before we even became performing artists, Bayanihan has already done video instructionals. So through the years, I think it has continued to evolve. We continue to showcase the best of the Philippines.
And again, we have another question here is, what can you say about those who perform the same numbers as Bayanihan? Sometimes copying the same exact choreography with costuming and accessorizing. And there is that controversy as well as, especially with Bayanihan's signature piece, Singkil, from the Sari Manok on the princess's head and costumes of bare-chested princess and princesses exposing legs, etc. in its early days. What is your stand with regards to this?
Well, those who copy must have loved her shows, right? But the IPR issue, we leave that to the board to tackle.
Which is the IPR issue is?
The
intellectual.
Yes.
The intellectual property rights, because all our works are covered by intellectual property rights. So if we have IPR issue, we leave that to the board to tackle.
Okay.
And then the issue with the Singkil, yes, about these issues, it has been copied nevertheless endlessly. But PW from the early 1950s had many research faculty sent by Dean Conrado to far-flung villages. We remain as core artists faithful to what has been shared by our artistic pioneers and the recent ones. Thank you.
We have a question here for Parangal, Eric from Parangal. How do you handle criticisms regarding appropriating IP culture in your pieces?
Oh, hi, Megs. This is Eric. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, yes.
Yes. So basically what we do, we get a lot of those. But what we do is, hold on. Sorry, I had to do another sitting position. So what we normally do is we educate those that have criticized, especially on our dances. We educate them on the process that we have with the culture bearers. When we presented a piece on NBC, we had a lot of concern from, especially for example, the Kalinga, right? But then, so what I did was I started to answer, to their concerns or questions. And of course, we always want to learn and improve how we dance and how we interpret the IP dances. So, but then when you ask more questions from those that criticizes, they don't actually have any offer on how we can resolve the issue that they're seeing. So our request is, if there is criticism, call us in so that way we know how to be better. If you call us out, you are only noise, you are not part of the solution.
Thank you for that, Eric. We have a question here as well for Rodel Fronda from Philippine Folk Dance Society. And that question is, okay, here we go. How is the Philippine Folk Dance Society different from Bayanihan, which is the national folk dance company? Like, who codifies the Philippine folk dances? Who is an authority? Who's a better authority? Is that I guess that is what our person is asking here.
I think Migs, the Philippine Folk Dance Society and the Bayanihan has a big difference. The society is its primary goal is to gather traditional and folk dances from different parts of the country. We asked the community to perform it in front of the board or the people who transcribed the dance into a literature, then or ask somebody to submit dances with corresponding literature, and we have to review it in terms of how are we going to how is being written. There's a template, and there's in especially we transcribe it in like we put some measures and describe the different dance pattern or different dances, and then we put into literature. We publish it, and we also gather some music and pictures of the the dance that being submitted, and we publish it, and we have it in book. While the Bayanihan, they gather dances from their researches from their different parts of the country as well, because I was part of Bayanihan for 7 years, and then they transform it into stage performance. There's a big difference between trans from what it's the primary goal of the folk dance society, and then the Bayanihan, they uh, they transform the dance into staging. You know, the it's not a debate here of what is authentic or so, because when a dance is transferred to another platform, we can no longer call it authentic. Authentic is in the first existence, like when you get it from the community. That's what you call authentic. But when I per se, just for example, that I'll go there for a certain community, then I'll conduct research. It's no longer, and I'll write the dance based on how I got it, or how do I transcribe it, or based on the knowledge that I have. So it's no longer authentic because it transferred to another phase, like it's the second existence, and then you perform it. That's like Wayanihan do. So it's another phase. So there's a transferring of the traditional or the authentic existence, and then to another phase. Like in our, even the translation, even the interpretation of what is written in the book, we can no longer call it authentic, but there's a guide for the teachers, for the dance enthusiasts, that this dance, for example, it's Saya Pandango sa Ilaw from Mindoro. I'm not so sure if they still dance this Pandango sa Ilaw in their community. But during the time that it was researched and put into publications or into writing, there's a certain dance that it was coming from this certain area. And now it was written, and during this past few decades, it's still in the book. So if you cannot go to Mindoro, you can just browse the book and interpret the dance literature with the given and corresponding music for your needs. So I think Migs is a big the Philippine Folk Dance Society is a big different trust in term with Bayanihan.
Thank you for that, Sir Riddell. And if we can get Bayanihan's response with regards to this as well.
Yes, we agree with Sir Rodel, and the researches that we did, it's based from our Bayanihan's perspective. Again, we see different things. That's why we say in different lenses. We view things in different lenses. We may watch the same dance, but we can have different interpretations because again, we are different from other people. it's our individuality. So that is our take when it comes to interpretation of dances.
Okay.
Also, Migs, just to add with Petra, our late founder, Senator Helena Z. Benitez, right before she passed away, she co-authored a book with our executive director, Susie Moya Benitez, and it's entitled Fulfilling the Filipino Dream. And in the book, it really shows and explains the take of Bayanihan, how we do our research, how we do our documentation, and how we are able to create storylines and concepts and interpret it through our performances.
Okay, thank you so much. Again, ladies and gentlemen, we have our members from Bayanihan, the National Folk Dance Company of the Philippines, Parangal, as well as Philippine Folk Dance Society. Thank you guys so much here. And again, if you guys have questions for our panelists, feel free to comment or post and we can address them as best as we can. You can use our Q&A box here if you're on Zoom or Facebook. You can also try Kumu as well. So if you want to leave your gifts and messages in there, we can do that for you as a little bit later on. But to introduce our next set of panelists, please welcome back Chingay Bernardo. Miss Chingay?
Yes, can you hear me?
There
Migs,
we
thank
go.
you.
There we go.
Thank you, yes. This webinar, again, we'd like to inform everybody, is brought to you by Culture Aid, the genius in indigenous, House of Gongs, Cool Arts, and is supported by Hobby, the Philippine Textile Council, and the Hobby Shop Fair, the National Commission for Culture and the Arts, Centro Rizal, Museo ng Muntinlupa by Buying.com, and Kumu. So we now move on to our next group of speakers. Samahan Filipino American Performing Arts and Education Center and Pakaragian Kulintang Ensam. They were organized in 1974 by the late Dr. Lolita Dinoso Carter with the purpose of helping the Filipino American youth acquire pride in their cultural heritage by providing them opportunity to participate and experience Philippine dance and music as a social and recreational activity, as well as a first-rate professional performance venue. Becoming a 501c3 nonprofit organization shortly after its founding, Samahan has endeavored for 4 decades to fulfill this primary purpose of advancing the Filipinos' beautiful culture, reaching out to a large number of youth and to the San Diego community. Samahan has continued to sustain a milieu or atmosphere for the San Diego community to appreciate Philippine cultural arts through dance, music, and living traditions, all to enrich cultural diversity. Our panelist, Bernard Lorin, is an adjunct faculty at Miramar College and Miracosa College of San Diego County, California. He received his PhD in ethnomusicology from the University of Hawaii at Manoa in 2015. His research interest is on traditional Ensam music from the northern and southern Philippines. Elorin has studied with various master artists of Kolintang, Gong chime music from Mindanao and Sulu Archipelago, Philippines. He also studied traditional Kalinga and Bebop Cordillera Gangsa music from northern Luzon at UP Diliman with bebop organizations in Southern California. From 2012 to 2013, Elorin conducted fieldwork research in Semporna Settlement, Sabah, Malaysia, under the sponsorship of the Fulbright Malaysian American Commission on Educational Exchange Research and Study Abroad Fellowship. Since the age of 10, Elorin has been involved with the San Diego-based Samahan Filipino American Performing Arts and Education Center as a rondalla string band and Kulintang Gong chime and psalm musician. He is now the music director for the Education Center. Elorine's academic and community work spans over 16 years, educating Filipino American communities and non-Filipino American communities in Los Angeles, San Jose, Michigan, San Diego, California, and Honolulu, Hawaii on Philippine music and Filipino diasporic performing arts. So everyone, please welcome Bernard. Bernard?
Hello, magandang umaga at magandang gabi dito sa San Diego. So I am Dr. Bernard Ellerin, and I have been involved with Samahan. May I share my screen, please, with my slide? Yan. So, as mentioned in my biography, I've been part of the Samahan Filipino American Performing Arts and Education Center since the age of 10. So to recalculate that, since 1992 to the present, so for about, I'd say, over 28 years, I've been involved with the company as a principal musician, studying various musics and dances throughout the Philippine archipelago. And Samahan, like many diasporic Filipino-American performing arts companies, similar to my Samahan, my Pasaka counterparts, we all learn a repertoire that's rooted in the Bayanihan style of presenting suites. So, for example, we do have a Cordillera, we do have a Mindanao, we have a Barrio or rural or Maria Clara or Ilustrado Elite suite of dances that we all learned. And as a rondalla musician, you know, at the age of 10, I was mastering various compositions that were arranged by Papa Nitoy Gonzalez, Alfredo Buenaventura, and Juan Silos. And so I know the standard canon of Philippine folk dances from Jota Manileña, Tinikling, Binasuan, Pandango sa Ilaw, and Jota Paragua, and even repertoire from Ramono Busan. So at that age of 10, I was mastering all these rondalla pieces. But in 1994, at the age of 12, I studied Kulintang music for the first time from the late Danungan Sibay Kalanduyan from Cotabato province, Datupiyang. And this was part of a program that was established by the late Dr. Lolita Dinoso Carter. She received a grant from the National Endowment of the Arts to teach musics from the Southern Philippines by Danny Kalanduyan. So traditional repertoires of Maranao and Maguindanao compositions to enhance our Mindanao repertoire of folk dances. And as I was taking lessons from the late Danny Kalanduyan, he was teaching me how he wanted his culture, his music to be respected, and for all of his students to master the traditional repertoire of pieces from the Maranao and Maguindanao people. And from a span of 1994 to 1998, I was meticulously learning many of these pieces from his village of Datupiyang, and then Maranao compositions he learned as a student at Mindanao State University. And then I've also studied with several Maranao artists such as Usupay Kadar and Jalaluddin Kasnor subsequently. And so Samahan has a rich history of consulting Native practitioners from 1989 to the present, with that pioneering efforts, having Danny Kalanduyan teach us traditional Maguindanao Maranao pieces with respecting the repertoire and learning it, you know, because he raised many of us students, Ron Quarian and Lydia and I, we all learned from Danny Kalanduyan, and he held us to a high standard to master that repertoire. And I applied that similar concept of learning about our indigenous cultural arts from various Native practitioners who Samahan has invited in the past to give workshops. So this is an example of the work that Samahan does. When there are Native practitioners who are living in the diaspora and who are also in transit from the Philippines and who are giving concerts in the United States, we will invite them to give a workshop intensive. And in return, we will use exactly what they taught us in our educational curriculum. So these are some notable honorary mentions from the various cultural workers we've had the privilege of studying under. In the center photograph is me, a young impressionable 12-year-old or 13-year-old, who just completed performing with Danny Kalanduyan, a repertoire of Magindanaoan and Maranao compositions. We've invited the Helobong Cultural Dance Troupe through the help of Manay Alaluya Panis, who sponsored various master artists to educate individuals in Kulintang arts, and we held a workshop with them in 2003. In 2016, a good friend of mine, Carrie Somebang, who I met at UCSD when I was accompanying their PCC, or Filipino Cultural Celebration, and she informed me that she's from Bebop, San Francisco, and she is going to teach dances to the students. And so I assisted her by lending her my gangsa, and she in turn helped us by teaching us a repertoire of buntok, musics, and dances. And Carrie is also a member of the ECOT Voices organization, which I support just as much as I support Culture Aid, with providing a voice for Igorot Americans to provide a different perspective of how it's like growing up as Igorot Americans. And then we have Manang Juliet Chettle from Pasil Kalinga, who has given us workshops on her subgroup of Kalinga dances, who I met back in 2002, and she's consultant and has been very influential in giving us permission to use this repertoire. And then we've also taken workshops with the late Ligaya, well, no, not the late, I'm sorry, with Ligaya Fernando Amilbangza, who is a pioneer of the Pangalay dance genre being documented, because at that time in the early 1980s, that was the inaugural work of Pangalay dance in that region. And then Mam Saki as well, we've studied with her on Tribal Tour. And then our latest consultant is Earl Pasilan, a Yakan dance master based in Ateneo de Zamboanga. And so we've made an effort, through our workshops with the late Danny Kalanduyan, we've incorporated that concept of studying, the musics and the dances, from the native practitioners that we've had the privilege of studying under through the workshop format. And as the music director, I've taken a stance to play music directly from the indigenous cultural bearers as they've taught me. So I'm basically doing what my teachers told me, because I don't have the artistic license to compose anything. I am just playing what I've learned directly from my teachers. And that's what Danny Kalanduyan instilled in me, because when we stage things in Samahan, we want to make sure that the native practitioners recognize the dances, and at the same time, the music is intelligible to them. Because the late Danny Kalanduyan always said that when his American students of Filipino descent master Maguindanao and Kulintang music, it will inspire and encourage the native practitioners and the children and their descendants to continue that tradition, because they're impressed by how Americans are appreciating Maguindanaoan culture that is oftentimes taken for granted. And with learning from these native practitioners, my process has always been to do field research. So from 2003 to 2008, I conducted extensive field research. I've participated in 2 years worth of tribal tour with Alleluia Panis Manay. I've been greatly indebted to her for instilling with me, kind of expanding my horizons and introducing me to native cultural bearers, that are different or have a different approach to Kulintang music. And I'm thankful for her for introducing me to various Native practitioners. And in my research in the Sulu archipelago, I brought that kind of fieldwork methodology to kind of honor the master artist with integrity and respect. And so that has given birth to the Pakaragyan Kulintang Ensemble. It was established in 2003 with a group of my colleagues from UCLA when I was a bachelor's student. My colleagues were both ethnomusicologists and ethnochoreologists of Filipino American descent, and we were doing numerous performances and guest lectures on Philippine musics and dance. And we decided to form a group based off of our work with Native practitioners such as Danny Kalanduyan and Maranao ethnomusicologist Usupay Kadar. In that same year, a group of my friends who are also professional dancers and musicians in Samahan joined Pakaragyan, and we formed the San Diego branch, which is a music ensemble with the Samahan Filipino American Performing Arts and Education Center. Now, how we disseminate this information to our community is every year we have two concerts. We have our Pamana, our junior concert that highlights our young dancers from ages 5 to 12. And then we have our senior gala that takes place every year or every other year. And that's usually our company dancers who dance at a professional level. And our creative committee, we brainstorm what is the repertoire that we're going to use. And me being culturally sensitive towards many of the works that I've had the privilege of studying under by many of the Native practitioners, I make sure that what we're doing is done with artistry, integrity, and respect. So my current movement right now, or my passion project with Pakaragyan, has been to empower the direct descendant of the late Danny Kalanduyan. So to your left photo, to the left of my slide is his granddaughter, Kimberly Kalanduyan Villanueva. And after Guru Danny passed away, we met each other and I found out that she wants to learn Kulintang because she only learned once from her grandfather. And we applied for a ACTA fellowship for her to learn the repertoire that I learned from her grandfather and bring it back to her relatives in Mindanao when she performs for them, and also for her to continue her grandfather's legacy. And in the slide, there is a link to our story called A Journey Home, Kulintang Music from San Diego to Mindanao, where we go back to Mindanao and we have Kim reconnect with her musical family. So in short, Samahan, we're continuing to give Zoom workshops, and I'm struggling with trying to give music lessons through this Zoom platform because the sound isn't as compatible with gong instruments. But we've recently tried having outdoor dance and music practices, and we've also been in the process of developing our social media promotional videos for our company while observing physical distance guidelines. So this is kind of the work that I do with the Samahan Filipino American Performing Arts and Education Center and the Pakaragyan Kulintang Ensemble of Samahan.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bernard Ellerine of the Samahan Filipino American Performing Arts and Education Center and Pakaragyan Kulintang Ensemble in San Diego, California. We will go back to him later for your questions, but for now, we'd like to move on to our next presenter. The Tambuli Dance Troupe is represented by Sakinurain de Lasas. Sakinurain M. de Lasas is a pioneer member of the Mindanao State University Tawi-Tawi College of Technology and Oceanography, Tambuli Cultural troupe in Tawi-Tawi, Southern Philippines. She became its director in 1978 to 1980, and then again from 1990 to 2017. She also is the organizer of Tardugok Sama, Treasures of Sama cultural troupe, composed of Tawi-Tawi's young performing artists and legends. Ladies and gentlemen, let's all welcome Saki Nurain. Hello, Saki. Are you there?
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Good morning, good evening to everyone.
Hello, we don't have a video of Saki. Can we show her beautiful face? There you go. Hello again. So Saki, we'd like to start off your presentation by asking you to please share with us how you started your practice and what were the major challenges you encountered along the way. Did you hear me, Saki?
Well, actually, my presentation is, yes, meron na.
Ah, you have something.
Hello?
You have something to present. Okay.
Walang sound.
Ah, we can hear you.
Knock, knock.
We can hear you,
Iyangot
Saki.
ko na. Knock, knock. Silang nag
Are you sharing something on screen?
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Actually, yes, no, I will just give a short introduction.
Okay, go ahead.
Actually, my sharing is not based on research. It's based on it's not. Hello?
Yes, we can still hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Meron na, may sound na.
There is. Your video is a little bit not working, but we can hear you, Saki. We lost her now. We're trying to get back the connection of Saki Noor. Of course, it's difficult. All the way from Zamboanga, I think.
Mom, we can move on to the next
Okay.
speaker and then go back to Ma'am Saki.
We'll go back to Saki Noor later when we have her connection. Our next presenter is Pasakat, the Philippine Performing Arts Group established in 1970 in San Diego, California. Began as the acronym for the Philippine American Society and Cultural Arts Troupe, continuing to contribute to the cultural enrichment of San Diego. Our panelist from Pasakat, Chema, is a third-generation Filipino-American as well as third-generation Philippine folk dancer. She has watched the Philippine dance community grow and evolve over the last 30 years. Through the art of Philippine dance, she hopes to uplift Filipino-American youth and bridge connections of culture bearers to Pasakat's members and the community it serves beyond dance. Matthew is a second-generation Filipino-American born and raised in San Diego, California. He started Philippine folk dance at the age of 10 years old with Pasakat and is now the associate choreographer and assistant to the choreographer dance director Joji Ramirez Castro. Matthew's early exposure to different art forms and culture has his interest in knowledge has shaped his perspective as a choreographer. His recent one-year research endeavor in the Philippines in 2018 has shifted his perspective in creating dance pieces influenced by the stories and experiences of those he was fortunate to learn from. He hopes to take these experiences beyond tradition while continuing to honor their history and art as they continue to evolve. So everyone, please welcome Gemma and Matthew.
Hello, everyone. So we are going to talk a little bit about Pasakat's history, but I think our main focus was asked to speak about our journey the last 2 years ago in the Philippines. But for me, my journey in Philippine dance started long before I was born. It actually started with my late Lola Pasita Uro from Zamboanga, who studied at PWU and actually ended up being classmates with the late Lucrecia Ortula, where she shared stories of watching them workshop dances and learning in their PE classes and stuff like that. So when my grandma moved to the States, that love of dance and you know how we have our grandmas and aunties who learn folk dance in PE. Oh, I did this dance in when I was younger, things like that. That passion carried over with her to the diaspora, leading her to be one of Pasakat's first teachers in 1969 for the, I think it was the centennial of Balboa, or the first centennial of Balboa Park, where she taught over like 100 youth different dances from around the Philippines based off of what she had known from her time in the Philippines. From that 1969 performance, the enthusiasm from the community that it served, it launched the founding of Pasakat in 1970. But even prior to that, the Philippine community of San Diego, where my grandpa was president of the Filipino American community of San Diego, they had organizations that served specifically to Filipino military wives to teach them culinary cooking of Philippine cuisine, teach their first generation children to continue to speak the language, as well as dance and other forms of other avenues for them to learn and stay connected to their culture. From there, Bainihan USA, the tour Bainihan USA, came to San Diego, where Pasakat hosted, became like one of the, you know how when the touring companies come and you house some of the dancers, my grandparents, my Lolo Del and my grandma Poring, they shared stories about how they were able to connect and learn more about Bainian Company, which Pasakat is highly inspired off of, especially for my mom, who is the second generation Philippine folk dancer in the family. From there, it really pushed my mom to keep her journey in Philippine dance, um, leading to have her be the executive director of Pasakat now. And then in 1986, Auntie Georgie Ramirez Castro was a former Bainihan dancer who came and moved to the States and ended up leading Pasakat in our junior program in 1987, where the original mission of Pasakat was to engage the youth and keep them connected, really carried through. And so for the first two generations of Pasakat, it really, the youth and keeping that knowledge and keeping that connection was always at the forefront. Moving forward to 1992, when our younger junior dancers became college students, we began the connection with some of Auntie Georgie's dance mates who wanted to carry on the spirit of Bainihan by sharing the knowledge that they had gained in their previous years with their dancers. And what a treat that was for all of them, because it, just like for Matthew and I, it pushed them to learn more and dig deeper beyond the dance, leading to some of our dancers to, you know, they had to leave San Diego. One prime example is Ate Erna in San Francisco, who started her seed program and the great work that she's doing up there. Then, where am I? Joke. So yeah, based off of the early history of Pasakat, like we acknowledge that Bainian was a great influence because it was the looking glass that allowed us as Filipinos in the diaspora to see just the surface of the iceberg, and to allow us to look deeper and learn more and strive to have that connection. Fast forwarding to the present, the last 10-15 years, we've really tried to go beyond dance and do more research and um, try to understand the essence and the roots of the dance. From there, because of that, because of all the yearning and that tip of the iceberg, it pushed Matthew and I to actually move to the Philippines to deepen our knowledge and our respect and our understanding of what Philippine dance is, because we'll get to that later. It is a privilege to be able to do research in the Philippines. It's a privilege to learn from a cultural bearer, and that's access that we didn't have prior to us going.
So, and also to continue on Auntie Georgie's legacy, to educate the future generations of Filipino American dancers, Jama and I wanted to create that connection ourselves, and root ourselves in the Philippines physically. So we moved to the Philippines in 2009, 2018. And we stayed there for 1 year in Santa Ana, Manila, with Gemma's Lola. And throughout that time, we were able to participate in 2 Bayanihan Sayaw summer workshops. We were able to perform with Ramon Obusan for the Indak Filipino performance, as well as go into the field to meet the Caballero family of Garangan, Iloilo, Nanay Mirna, Maria Todi, Rosie Sula of Lake Cebu, along with George Kimboy of Cotabato City, and Faisal Monal and Ma'am Sakinor de Lasas in Manila through Hobby Fair and Manila Collectible. And one of the number one things that we were able to do, which we are so blessed and privileged, was to do the cultural mapping of UPI Maguindanao under the guidance of Sir Carlo Ebeo, where we were able to visit and work with the 23 barangay and their representatives, who are teachers, who are trying to also continue to pass on the knowledge of their Teduray ancestry. And so we also were part of the media team that went out to each 23 barangay to document their tangible and intangible cultural properties, such as weaving, chanting, dancing, and their food. And so I think for me, going out into the field and especially being able to see the environment, riding on a habal-habal up and down the mountains while it's raining and almost falling off the hill, are moments that I think I will cherish forever. And number one also is not just watching the dances, not just documenting the food and the weaving and all of the beautiful things, but actually just sitting down and listening to their stories. And I think for us, that's the heart of what we're striving to do in the future for Pasakat. And so, yeah. So coming back to the States after our 1 year in the Philippines, we really wanted to implement what we learned and incorporate more of the traditional values that we saw in the field. So, but unfortunately, COVID hit, and it was, oh my gosh, yeah.
It was really challenging, but at the same time, it was kind of a blessing because we were really able to take a step back. Because as all of us who are teaching via the web or internet, it's been really hard, right? It's hard to give corrections if you're focused on technique. So what we did was we decided to really focus on the educational aspect, and so that was something that was greatly appreciated and noticed and well received by our parents. And so moving forward, to have that knowledge as the center fold and kind of over prioritize that over the dance steps and the projects. which is really important so that the stories that are shared with us, we can implement more of the feeling and the everyday life that they're struggling through and things like that. So that's all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gemma and Matthew of Pasakat Philippine Performing Arts Group from San Diego, California, of course, in the USA. Do we have Sakinur back already online? Hello?
Yes. Hello.
Saki, we have you back. So
Yes. Okay.
We can proceed with your presentation. Go
Okay.
ahead. Go ahead.
Yes. Assalamualaikum everyone. Morning, afternoon. My sharing for today is not actually based on any research, but based on personal experiences. Because learning EGAL was not actually in the formal school. I learned EGAL since growing up with it since childhood. Because during our time, during vacant time of our family, of our parents or relatives, they would ask us to dance, and they would stamp the floor or anything or sing by kubo just to let us move ourselves. So it's not, or throughout our growing days, our growing years, that was the time. So, and I am very thankful that I was able to witness the colorful traditions of the past, in which it is already rarely not seen nowadays. Now, so when I went to college in MSUTCTO, the first cultural troupe that was organized in Tawi-Tawi was the Tambuli Cultural Troupe, organized by Mrs. Ligaya Amibangsa to showcase her research in his stint in Tawi-Tawi. So she organized the Tambuli Cultural Troupe, and I was one of the pioneer member. And that's where my skills, my talent was improved. And eventually, after I graduated, she already have left the school, I became the officer in charge and then its director. Now, the Tambuli Cultural Troupe was actually organized to preserve, develop, and promote the traditional dances, music, rituals of the Sama of Tawi-Tawi, of the Sulu Archipelago. So since it is focused on the preservation, we never did anything or improvised anything. We concentrated in the preservation of the traditional culture, traditional movements, because the Philippines is composed of so many tribes, which each tribe has its own culture and tradition. Now, we have our especially one of the component of culture is the dance and music and attire. So this is our identity. Now we have to preserve it, and one of our identity is the eagle and the music and the attire. Now with the present influences of media, of inventions, of everything, for sure the younger generations would no longer interested in the tradition. So we stick to it to preserve, because no other groups, no other interested groups or entity would be interested in preserving that original, the traditional movements. Now, The Tambuli Cultural Troupe was organized in an institution, the Mindanao State University. So most of its members are the students, and we try to improve them. And although these students are also have their skills in the traditional movements, the rituals, because they have also experienced the same. So we try to focus on our preservation. Because nowadays, that even in Tawi-Tawi, it's no longer, they don't have anymore the interest in tradition. So when I get out of MSU after my retirement, wala na. So we tried to organize a group that would really continue in the preservation. Because as of now, as we see, wala na, nobody is no longer is already interested, and it's not anymore authentic. Especially our eagle and the music. Now, eagle is the most unique dance form because it is not like the other dances that would go with the music. Eagle go against the music. Why go against the music? The traditional dancers would never move, would never start dancing without hearing the proper music. So the fastest is the music, the slower is the movement of the traditional dancer. So while nowadays they go with the music, pakimbot movements, unnecessary movements, hips and shoulders, while the traditional dancers move softly, swiftly, as what Mrs. Amir Bangsa described, stillness in motion and motion in stillness. So if we allow these young generations now to just leave their interests, so what will happen? We do not anymore have our own identity. Wala na. If we copy other dances, other movements, who else would present the traditional one? Wala. Now, that's why we tried to organize a troupe composed of professional dancers. We already have performed twice in Semporna, and we have already had about to plan for in the community, but because of this situation, it's very difficult to push through. But hopefully one day we can go back to normal and we will have plans. So I would be glad if you ask questions so I can explain. Anyway, before we move on, I would just like to tell everyone that there is no such thing as Muslim dance. There's no such thing as Muslim dance because there's no dance in religion. And at the same time, you don't have to wear a headdress like this if you dance the eagle. It's not a necessity. It's not a requirement. If you are not Haji, you have gone to on a pilgrimage, it's not a requirement. So that you don't have to wear a headdress like this if you dance the eagle. Because there are dancers, there are imitations or adaptations that while they dance the eagle, they would use this one. So I would entertain questions for other to be enlightened regarding the eagle, and I'm glad. Thank you.
Thank you, Sakinur. Well, as she said, we can entertain some questions, but for now, maybe I can start one or two. Sakinur, how are you
Yes.
Have you seen any changes in presenting palay or eagle movement over the years? Did you get that,
Yes, of
Kathy?
course. There are changes, especially in the hand movements and the body and there are also the attire, especially in the attire and the hand movements and body movements, which is not traditional.
Uh-huh. All right. So I'm sure you've seen other groups perform the eagle. What can you say about how they are presenting it, and what advice can you give to these groups?
Okay, actually, I am glad that other groups are interested in eagle, but hopefully they would do it properly, especially in the attire and in the movements, because a traditional movements is soft, uh, very smooth, don't stop but it moves, but it's smooth, and the attire is, if you wear a batawi, do not wear it 3/4. It should be long and cover the front view, because as dance is an entertainment, but eagle, women who do the eagle still preserve the dignity of a woman. Yung hindi nilalabas ang breast or sobrang kembot or unnecessary hip movements, unnecessary shoulder movements. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much for those answers. Do we have questions from our participants for Sakinur and maybe our other two panelists? We probably can entertain a few for this portion. Do I see anything?
Lydia, can you?
Oh, here. For Dr. Bernard, I see some one question here for Dr. Bernard. Are you around? Yes. Can you elaborate?
Hello, I'm here.
Yes, there's a question here. Can you elaborate on why you don't believe you have artistic license to create original music? Do you believe in innovating cultural music?
Okay, so in answer to that question, I'm not a composer. And first and foremost, the music that I practice are from many native practitioners that have taken me under their wing, and they've entrusted me with all this information. And I have to do the best that I can to represent their culture, again, with artistry, integrity, and respect. And because there is a dearth of information on gongro traditions throughout the southern Philippines, I need to be that resource. I've inadvertently become that resource after Danny's passing. I think all of us wish he was still alive. But, since he taught me at the young age of 12 to continue his legacy of Maguindanao Maranao music, and then I've done research with the late Ta'ala Manandao, the Samambahing master musician, I have to continue teaching students that there is a sophisticated repertoire of Kolintang music and indigenous music throughout the Philippine archipelago that is just as sophisticated as your standard Western musical canon of art music, and it has its own indigenous theory and concepts that need to be respected. So I am an educator first and foremost, and I'm learning from different native practitioners who are still alive to this day and can represent themselves. And I'm just sort of the gateway for everyone to have a deeper appreciation. So that's why I don't consider myself a composer. I'm more of an educator and an instructor with a deep appreciation for indigenous Katutubo musics. Now, Ron, he is a composer and he has a deep appreciation as well because he is my Kulintang brother and he studied intensely Kulintang music from Danny Kalanduyan, but he's also a composer where he incorporates electronic music. And he'll get into his presentation later, so I guess that was a spoiler alert for Mr. Quarian. So yeah, I hope I've clarified why I don't have the artistic license because I still consider myself a lifelong student.
Thank you, Dr. Bernard. There's another question for you here. Have you
Mhm.
called out in some groups that's probably committing mistakes in representing, playing music from the South? What is your process of sharing your corrections to them?
So for that, in the past, I was extremely radical because, it comes from my lineage. The late Guru Danny Kalanduyan, when I took workshops with him, he confided on me about how he didn't like how his culture was being bastardized. So I have a history of doing that to several groups who were playing what I used to call the quote Bayanihan style of Kulintang music, but it's really a composition in its own right. It's its own tradition. Bayanihan has set a standard from a Manila Tagalog perspective on indigenous cultural arts, and it is a tradition in its own right. And over time, I've, have addressed that issue and said this is a different composition that's not necessarily from the Maguindanao, Maranao, or Samatausug people, but it is, coming from a source. So that's how I've kind of called in or called out. I've given workshop presentations that analyze exactly what each group is doing from an objective point of view as much as possible. I don't necessarily have to agree with exactly what they're doing, but I'm just laying it out there.
Thank you, Dr. Bernard. We move for a question for Sakinor here, I think. Are they documenting their traditional dance culture so it won't be lost in the future? I believe that's for Sakinor.
Actually, it's not a written documentation. It's a pass on documentation. We are passing on what we know because we also learned it through our experience. Kasi
Okay,
si
so
Mrs. Amir Bangsay already documented the dance, the pangalay. Pangalay actually is a Tausug term for dance, and igal is a Sama term for dance, which is the same.
So, you have not
documented
had
many.
you have not had any group document your dances in video or in print?
Actually, we have many performances already, but I don't know. We don't have the file.
Oh, I see.
We have been planning. We have been planning for this. The Tardugok Sama have already plans for this that we are going to even post. My group have decided to document it to posting or documentation video, but because as I said, because of this situation, wala na lahat. Everything is on a standby. And then, especially one also of my member was pregnant, so we didn't have the time anymore.
Okay, thank you. One last question for this time. We have for Pasakat. I can't find the question. Lydia, can you help me with it?
Yeah, hi. I'm just gonna hop in real quick. I think for Pasakat, being in San Diego, how do you sell yourself apart from other groups, and how are you innovating your works?
As far as setting ourselves apart from other groups, we don't really or we really try not to focus on that, because the main reason why Philippine dance started in San Diego in the first place was to create and build community. So that still continues to be at the forefront of our mission. Sorry. What was the second part of the question? Sorry.
How do you keep innovating your work?
I think number one, we are trying to start that by creating the connections to the Philippines, and like how everyone was sharing the importance of cultural bearers, and I think that Jam and I started those relationships in 2018 and 2019. So for the future of Pasakat, I hope that we can uh, finally create something when physical when was this COVID ends,
When the new
when
normal
the new normal
begins.
begins.
All right, thank you very much to our speakers for this group, Dr. Bernard, Sakinur, and Gemma and Matthew. We shall now move on to our next group, and they will be introduced by Carlo Ebeo. Carlo?
Hi, Chingai. There you go. Can you hear me? There. Thank you very much. Again, this webinar is brought to you by Culture Aid, The Genius in Indigenous, House of Gongs, Cool Arts, and is supported by HABI, the Philippine Textile Council, and the HABI Shop Fair, the National Commission for Culture and the Arts, Centro Rizal, Museo ng Muntinlupa, bybayan.com, and Kumu. Now let's continue with our next group of panelists. May I call Ms. Mary Jane No from Incheon in South Korea. This sharing discussion of Mary Jane later is that is close to my heart, because the Incheon Bilingual Theater Festival is an annual theater festival celebrating the different cultural identities in Incheon, South Korea, where the Philippine team is the lead proponent and organizer of the festival. Mary Jane Voluntad-No is a multi-awarded activist, leader and training facilitator, defending the rights of women and children in the multicultural communities in South Korea, especially in Incheon. She is the president of Aida Maul, a multicultural organization, and the managing partner of the Incheon Bilingual Theater Festival in South Korea. She is a mother of 3, and here it is, Miss Mary Jane No.
Thank you, Sir Carlo Evio, for that amazing introduction.
안녕하세요.
네, 안녕하세요. 안녕하세요, 여러분. This is a greetings here in Korea. I am the president of Aida Maol. Our organization is the primarily concerned with the different problems of women in crisis. Most of them are non-Korean women like me who are married to Koreans. In 2011, I met Kuya Carlo Ibio, who was then doing that studies in Korea. Together with our Korean Filipino counterparts, our director Shin Sung-il, the Incheon Bilingual Theater Festival was conceived. Our organization is part of the Philippine team representing Filipino Koreans who are based in Incheon, South Korea. From then, my journey in the development of Philippine culture and the arts started vigorously, even though before its conception. Our local groups called Damayan consists of mothers like me who join contests and perform Filipino dances to a wide Korean audience in different cities in South Korea. Promoting our country through the arts became not just an entertainment, but later on became an advocacy. As a mother, I also wanted my children to learn our culture, and the Philippine arts is one way that I know. Although most of our children are not that interested anymore. We have different educational system here in Korea. Our formal education, in fact, is almost just secondary to the hagwons or the tutorial schools that offer excellent services, such as teaching English as a second language. Korean arts and sports such as Taekwondo. The Philippine arts is seldom an option. Always taken for granted in the Korean context. The learning fatigue syndrome among our children in acquiring knowledge and skills is very common. And pushing the Filipino arts is another challenge for us mothers. In Korea, the diaspora is not made by our children but by us. Mothers who are actually striving that our children will not forget even just the language of their mother's tongue. The Bilingual Theater Festival is a collaborative efforts of the groups on the Philippines and our little community here in Incheon. Our collaboration would result to a lot of learning in terms of Filipino culture sensitivities, understanding of our Filipino identities, and values of being Filipinos. The theater pieces portrayed in Korean and Filipino language give us better understanding of our culture, such as how we celebrate Christmas. Symbols like parol are not important symbols of culture in Korea, a country that does not celebrate Christmas at all. The way we view death and its rituals are different. Birth and celebration of life is general are different. These are important learning that we wanted our children to understand. Not just the difference, but the full understanding of who we are as Filipinos. Our talks back after the show and the food that we serve and how we serve it to our audience give us and our children a better perspective of the Filipino culture. The group of mothers who are members of Aida Maol operate an bayanihan system. We offer our homes. We provide them a group of Kuya Carlo with their needs in the duration of their stay in South Korea. Our Korean husband supports us mostly in many ways and many days. We operate as community. Kapag pumunta dito sina Kuya Carlo and his team, every year, they bring different kinds of food. Di ka umuwi lang sila sa kabilang bayan. Walang magarbong bus rides. At kung ano-ano pang mga formal na palatuntunan. Our festival is as if a festival of coming home to Korea, making everyone else feeling safe, home, and secure. Even the bitter cold of winter is starting to prick our skins. They bring with them their knowledge. In return, we let them experience the Korean life. In 2018, we were recognized by the Korean Police Academy for our valuable contribution as partner in maintaining peace and cultural solidarity in Korea. Together, we received the award, knowing that the Philippine arts has played an important role in understanding our existence as community in Incheon. That year, we also opened our new program sponsored by the Cultural Partnership Initiative. And hosted by the Actors Studio Chaturi, we recommend and host Filipinos for 5 months fellowship in Korea, and in return, collaboration in the arts happens in our daily lives in Aida Maol. Our children is our priority, that they too will not forget that once upon a time in Korea, they were born with the Filipino mothers. This pandemic is taking a toll in our lives. Our collaboration on pursuing Philippine culture is very much dependent with our partners in the Philippines. Just like you, we all hope that soon this pandemic will come to an end. And so we can breathe a new kind of partnership on the so-called cultural collaboration. But this pandemic has opened more doors for us. Meeting new people who are also in diaspora is such a welcome phenomenon for us who are living outside the country, the Philippines. Lastly, the arts has given us all our rightful identity as a Filipinos. Even if we live as a citizen of a host country, the malong dainaol that I wear, the tibuli combs or suwat that I use during special occasion, the foods such as the lechon pinakbit, adobo, pinaksiw, papaitan, and more are all symbols of our being Filipinos. When you enter home and you smell piniritong tuyo, it means meron kang kapitbahay na Pilipina or Filipino. Or if you see that may hindi nagtatapon ng gamit sa garbage, make it sure may balikbayan box courier na dumadaan every month. You will know that you have a Filipino neighbor. By the way, when we opened the Incheon Bilingual Theater Festival in 2012, the title of that our theater piece was called Balikbayan Box. performed by the Apat sa Taglamig Theater Production and the Soul Theater Carpenter. Let me end by saying that the arts is general, our expression of our solidarity, and the Filipinos will always stand together if we all understand each other, even though we are different from another, but we are one. Kamsahamnida at maraming salamat.
Thank you very much, Jane. Thank you for that wonderful sharing. I can totally relate with this because we have done this so much together for the past 9 years. No?
Yes, Kuya.
This is supposed to be our 8th Bilingual Theater Festival.
Yeah.
But we will get back to you. Let's move on to our next panelist. I would like to call on Dr. Steven Patrick Fernandez. But before that, let me read the Integrated Performing Arts Guild, or EPAG, is a resident theater company of the Mindanao State University Iligan Institute of Technology. We have significantly contributed to a robust culture and arts environment as catalyst that has enhanced a consciousness for Philippine arts. EPAG has tremendously influenced creative production, education, craft enhancement, management of creative resources, and social advocacy. Our next panelist is Steven Fernandez, or Tibo. He's known here in Mindanao as Tibo. He's the founding director of EPAG and the Pioneering Culture and Art Studies program at the MSU Iligan Institute of Technology. His over 50 full feature productions have drawn wide acclamation in extensive road shows worldwide and across the Philippines. He was awarded first prize in the Palanca, CCP Gantimpala, University of the Philippines Likhaan, CCP Pilak, Father Francisco Demetrio, and SM Global Pinoy, among others. He's a multi-awarded writer and director and educator. The Writers Union of the Philippines, or UMPIL, presented him the Lifetime Gawad Balagtas Award, the highest distinction given to a creative writer in both English and Filipino, preceding the Gawad Pedro Bucanig conferred to EPAG. Recently, the CCP awarded him the 2020 Gador for his outstanding achievements, complementing another Gador received by EPAG and the Gawad CCP para sa sining, also the highest distinction for a Philippine performing company. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Tibo.
Assalamualaikum, maayong gabi, maayong buntag to everyone. Thank you, Carlo, for such a beautiful introduction.
Salam.
I will not speak about the company, but what the company has collated as a process and as a methodology in over 3 decades. And I feel that this is auspicious because what we have been earlier discussing somehow can be collated in what I share. Unfortunately, I can only share what is learned in one course. I can only share this in less than 10 minutes. However, I can open my lines for whatever questions. And I feel that whatever I bring up here can be quite relevant to a lot of our performing groups all over the world. So let me share my screen. I will be talking about transcreation and practically what everyone here has been talking about. So is my screen clear? Carlos, is it okay?
Yeah, it's good.
Okay, so okay, I'll put it down to 10 minutes and reserve the questions later on. No? So we're talking about from another's contemporary to our own contemporary, two dimensions actually, from one's authentic to another authentic, without the misappropriation. And I'm talking about transcreation from source to show, to performance. And here I talk about how we borrow expressions and properties, not ours, that keep rooted values. So somehow I can complement this with the discussions that started about 2.5 hours ago. The expressions that we see, we hear, we listen to, even smell, are the dress of the community. And whatever you do with them will reflect the community. I define appropriation, the process when artists borrow the creative expressions of other cultural communities for another purpose, like a performance on stage to an audience. Artists who appropriate should present the culture of their sources, but culture in parentheses, in quotation marks rather. This allows insights about the essential features of the community depicted, but they are not only about form. I think the crux of the matter is that we concentrate too much on looking at form as a basis of authenticity. Form is not the basis for authenticity, because again, once an expression is taken out of its environment, its cultural environment and its context, it no longer becomes authentic to the source, but authentic in another regard. So here is transcreation, when we appropriate content and context from one environment to another. Just a simple picture there. From an open space to a proscenium with all the lights and with an audience separate from the performance. So the creative process of transforming expressions from their original states to a different states, from indigenous origins to a space and context, clear, different from the original. So I'm talking here about a migration from the source to a stage performance, and this requires a lot of approaches that one will have to consider, because in the original, expressions are part of a whole process. However, the deficiency of much of our researchers and artists is that we do not look at the process, but we look at the form, which is simply half of the process. Because what is more important is the engagement that this process ensues with the community in question, or the community in dissection, towards one wherein we have a different process, because our end goal is the product, which is the performance. So transcreation is necessary because of the different functions, values, and aesthetics the original carries from the transformed. Stage productions require a separate entity, which is the audience, with a different set of expectations and a specific engagement that is distinct from that practiced by indigenous cultures. So there is actually no question about authenticity, because in both cases, both are authentic, but in different ways. So we ask, this is my last slide, what is transcreated? The palpable expressions, that which you see. This includes the narrative and its elements, the dance, the movements, the gestures, color, the combination of color, the designs. And in context with all of these designs have an intertextual meaning. You put them together with one another, they bring out a certain representation of a certain community. Like for the Maranao, white is the color of mourning. However, it will have to go through with it will have to merge with other representations for us to learn that it is mourning that we are representing. Music properties. And of course, the intangibles, the relations of persons and objects in space. Quite curiously, even in our studies of the indigenous groups, and there are several of Mindanao, why is there a structure of a counterclockwise formation? Why? What is it in their worldview? And such formation and such movements, one will have to be borrowed, appropriated on stage. Or among a Maranao, for example, community Kalilang, one sees the distinction between genders. or even how space is reformed for hierarchy, because a performance is a reflection of both power and a worldview, power, hierarchy, and meaning, the concept of time, concept of the cosmos, ethics, spirituality. But that is from the intangible. But the basic question here is, and I think I will end it up here now, is how? So I will leave the rest to Q&A. Carlo, I'm okay now.
Thank you very much, Thibaut, for that wonderful presentation. Before I'm going to give us a call Sydney Loyola, let me do a short recap and synthesis of what has transpired in the discussion of our two panelists. Can I share the slide? There. Let's do muni on this. Slide 2, please. Yes. Our first panelist talk about her experiences in collaborations with artists from the Philippines. I can totally relate with this because I'm one of their principal collaborator from the Philippines. Now, unlike some process in the US, the festival invites non-IP and non-more groups to attend to be part of the festival. No, they collaborated in theater on how both groups understand the world. No, how two theater groups, the Korean counterpart in the Philippine, for example, group is collaborating with another Korean group, and how they interpret symbols of example Philippine icons or Korean icons such as the parol during Christmas, how they interpret Fiesta Minatay, for example. No, the collaboration is based on the language interpretation and its biases on the language. How each groups perceived Christmas, for example, sabi nga ni Jane, iba yung perception nila ng December as sa Korea, no? Para din how we celebrate our All Souls Day and All Saints Day. And kasi every time we go to Korea, palaging Chuseok, ito yung parang All Souls Day nila na expanded, no, na parang Christmas din, which is the biggest celebration amongst Koreans, no, where people honor their parents and their family and all, no. But mas malaki. One play is staged, but the plays, going back to the collaboration one, the plays are staged in two different platforms, both Korean and Filipino. The Filipinos, of course, are talking in the Filipino language, while the Korean are talking in Hangul. No? Issues on translations are very sensitive because it's all about context, and when the contexts are transcreated, no? Sabi nga ni Tibo kanina, no? The whole gamut of content is transported to another dimension, nagkakaiba na ito. No? But at the end of the day, art, according to her, it's not just for us to explore and to showcase, but for the Filipino-Korean children, the somehow, someday, sabi niya, they too will speak fluently the language of their mothers. And on a personal note, thank you, Jane, for making us part of this wonderful world of Filipino-Koreans, no, in Incheon. Let me go on with Tibo's talk earlier. There, no, Thibaut talked about the transcreation and appropriation. No? Three things that I've learned kanina. No? The process of sourcing, processing, and staging, no? Which is the production itself. No? Talking about the source, whether it's from an indigenous community or Moro community or any ethno-linguistic groups in the country, what we borrow from the source is the sensory perception, or sabi nga ni Jeannie Houston, in the social artistry, ito yung realm of the senses, no? And all the things that we get from there. No? Secondly, Thibaut talk about process in terms of how we extract and navigate context and content. Issues on research, dialogue, innovations, and interpretations are part of various dimensions or processes. No? Towards creating our stage output in which we call an authentic, no, performance or productions. Staging also involves the tangible and the intangible. It is the way we see a costume, the sound of an instrument, the way we interpret the nuances by looking on the importance of the form. Sabi niya na napaka-importante. All this, I understand, are the embodiment of what is explicit and implicit no? Explicit such as our belief system, our understanding our soul and the embodiment of our spirituality, and the implicit, which defines our worldview, our perspective, our philosophy, characterizes the result of our stage or translated productions, no? Which are things that are authentic. No? This is the logical, and I think this is mine, no? In our epistemology of the way we understand the world. No? That's all that matters. How we justify our belief rather than how we understand things according to opinions of others. The whole gamut of epistemology, no? And all these are reflected in our productions, transcreated accordingly that all are authentic. And my last take on this is, in the end, is that how we define it is our contemporary expressions, our performance, as much as the source is also a contemporary expression of their time, of their space, in the environment of that particular performance, governed by the 3 Gs, which is geology, geography, geomorphology. But that's another story. Thank you very much, Thibaut, for that wonderful insights. Now, I've learned so much from Thibaut, actually. No? I'm one of his students in a lot of our conferences, so thank you very much for that insights. And later on, after Sydney, we will call you back again for another a short set of question and answer. Now let me introduce our third panelist. For more than 3 decades, Sydney Loyola has been creating significant dance works performed by cultural groups in the US and in the Philippines, Asia, and Europe. She also toured internationally as a principal dancer of Bayanihan, the National Folk Dance Company of the Philippines. Her awards include Young Alumni Achiever in Arts and Humanities by Holy Trinity University, and the nomination for an Isadora Duncan Award for her 2008 collaboration with Rudy Soriano of Kadayawan. Sydney is a transgender and co-founder of Haraya Dance, an ensemble that encourages initiative and participation among the trans and non-binary Filipino-American artists in San Francisco. Sydney, are you there?
I'm here in flesh and blood.
Hi, Sydney. How are you?
I'm good. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you very well. There you go. Sydney brings
hi,
with us
everyone.
today.
My name is Sydney, as Carly just mentioned. I am one of the co-founders of Haraya. It's a group of trans, non-binary, and genderqueer folk in the Bay Area. How fitting that Steve just mentioned trans creation. It really inspired me a lot when I was listening to Steve, because Haraya is like an example of trans creation. We're reclaiming our space. In Haraya, we want to honor the gender-neutral deities of Philippine culture. We want to pay respect to the ones who bear transgender princesses that was eradicated during the era of colonization. Through Haraya, we're able to share authentic selves and be part of the diverse cultural landscape of San Francisco. Even in San Francisco, we are in a bubble. I would say in this part of the world, we are in an area, we are in a location, in a space where we get the most protection, but still, we still struggle. And in my case, I am not hardwired to be a street protester or a legislator. I was hardwired to be a dancer. And through Haraya, I think that's what's important with Haraya is that we can use dance as a resistance.
Okay, thank you, Sydney, for that wonderful sharing about the Haraya. With Haraya project, no, this goes my second question. What gender issues are you looking to address both in the US and in the Philippines?
I think it would be very pretentious to say that we're here to address gender issues. for me, I think the best we can do now is just to be visible. People like us have existed in every race, in every culture, every generation. We have existed, and now we're still here in our space and time. I think our main goal for now is to build alliances and to build coalition, because for now it's just a matter of survival in the community. So we need those alliances, we need those coalitions for us to survive.
What do you think are the most common issues about our struggles, no, in the LGBTQ community, for example, that you can resonate, no, in terms of the issues in the US and in the Philippines? And what do you think are the remedies on that?
Yeah, the main issue is the label. Like for trans people, trans folks like me, we're always labeled in a different way. But now it is just for us, like we are presenting Haraya as artists, as individuals, just being true to our authentic selves. So that is the main problem, actually, the labeling. But I think we can use our culture and our heritage to be visible and to be able to just go on with our lives and continue with the art and with the form that we opted to explore.
Yeah, and in furthering exploring the various Philippine art forms, no, many companies have had to find new ways to innovate from online performances to instruction. As cultural bearers during this new normal, ano yung mga challenges, no, that you have faced, and what advice can you give to fellow performers, especially in the LGBT community?
We are like everybody else. We suffer from the entire effects of the pandemic. So what we do is we do online classes. Number one, like we collaborate. I collaborate with different transgender artists. We are just in the process of starting the group, and we're just in the process of starting the company. So I would say we are just in the process of defining our vision, and we are just in the process of like trying to realize how things will go in the future, and try to develop our concept and our approach, especially focusing on the transgender community.
And last question, what do you think, or what production do you think that you have made, no, that Haraya have done so far, that a lot of audience resonated, no, both here and in abroad?
I wish I will be able to answer that question, but like what I said, Haraya is just starting, and I transitioned 3 years ago, and this is my very first time that I came out of the community in a setting like this. So I would say people in the Philippine dance community in the States and all over will see Haraya as a group of individuals, as a group of artists who are very mindful of the tradition, but also very mindful of just embracing our authenticity and our authentic selves. And I would say Haraya will be a group that would be very mindful of the intention. Because for me, our inspiration is the intention. We always start with the why. Why are we doing things? And for me, the how, the when, the what will follow. So Haraya's programming and Haraya's repertoire, or Haraya's presence in the Filipino-American dance community is yet to be discovered and yet to be expected. But at this point, we are just starting.
Thank you very much, CD. I'm very sure you'll have a very exciting journey, especially on these things, exploring Philippine art that is very, very powerful in terms of messaging to different communities here and abroad. Okay, let's move on to our question and answer. Let's do a quick question and answer for our three panelists. May I call back Thibaut and Mary Jane. Here's a question for Dr. Steve. What are you there, Steve?
Yeah,
Are you
yeah,
there?
yeah. Okay.
What are the various motivations for artists to transcreate? If I am an artist who wants to transcreate, how can I do so responsibly?
Well, the ethics is not only with the artist, no, but the ethics is your respect for the source culture. Take note. Take note that you are appropriating expressions that are not yours. Therefore, appropriate correctly. And this is the motivation that you have. And once you transfer it into another venue, there will be thousands who will be watching it, and these thousands may misrepresent even what you are, what you have put up, and that is a mortal sin. So that's what motivates you.
All right. No, thank you very much for the. Are there any questions? I think there's only one question so far for our panelists. If there's no more question, here, there's a question for Mary Jane. How is the society in Korea accepting your theater is doing?
Well, at first, it's very difficult to let people in Korea to accept our culture and arts in the Philippines because it's very, very, very different. But because of our children, our second generation, are eager to know, and they are really trying to ask what really the culture of their mom is like this. So we as the mothers, we are pushing the Korean government to have an education regarding on the dual culture for children. So since last 2017, starting from school, the context of their books is just like the history. So you can see the Philippines, you can see how they show the culture of the Philippines. Just like I saw the book, which is there is a isasara ang bulaklak, bubuka ang bulaklak, just like that. And then they also, the Korean people are starting to love our food, which is the adobo and the sinigang, which is, the sinigang is not acceptable on their taste because it's really different for them. But starting like 2017, and we are doing programs, and we are showing them our dances, our way of living, and our food, of course. That's what we are doing 2017 and right now. And as an organization, we continue to promote our own language, of course, and we really make our children to experience our culture. That's why we have in our office, we have our bamboos. We're doing tiriklings. We have doing we're showing them that we teach them how to use and how to fold the malong, just like that. So it's very interesting. But we never expect that 100% they will appreciate our culture, but we are doing our best. We are doing our best, that because the Philippines a very rich culture. We have, because we are land, we are separate, divided by land and sea. So in our own country, we have also differences in culture. So in our organization, we are from, some of us from Surigao, from Mindanao, from Ilonggo, from Ilocos. So during our Christmas party, even though the Korean culture have no Christmas party, but we always exercise our Christmas here in our organization to show them how Filipino love their culture. So how Filipino have a rich culture. So we're showing some of us wearing our ethnic clothes, our ethnic costume, or bringing our foods. So we're doing just for our children, and also they are bringing their friends, and also our Korean friends we bring here to let them experience our culture.
There you go. Thank you, Jane, for that
Yes,
wonderful uh, sharing. Sydney, there's a question for you. Do you have projects in the pipeline for the group? When and where can we see it? And how do we participate? Ayan.
The well, we are working. We have a collaboration and a commission with Cool Arts for 2021. It's gonna be it's kinda on, and it will be the production will happen in 2021. But now, presently, we're working on Sayaw sa Ilaw. We are collaborating with other dance companies around, I would say, around the globe. We have individual dancers coming from Cyprus, from Greece, from the Philippines, from some dance companies in the Bay Area. It is like an introduction to a bigger production in 2021. So they will, I believe, Manai, it will premiere in December, but now we're still in the process, and we're still in the creative process, and I'm collaborating with different choreographers from San Diego. Pasakat and we're collaborating with Pasakat, we're collaborating with Sining Bulacan and other artists. So that's the project that we are working on. And once we are ready, we will be connecting to everybody, and we will let you know when will be our coming out. At this point, you can probably just reach out to Cool Arts if you want to connect with us, because our major I would say our major consultant and the major organization that we wanted to work with will be Cool Art. So if they need our contacts or whatnot, they can just reach out to Manai, and Manai will direct them as to how we can get in touch with us. At this point, we don't have a solid plan for a performance because of the pandemic. But now we are working on our infrastructure, we're working on our repertory, and we're working on our concept development.
All right. Thank you very much, Sydney, for that wonderful sharing. I have a last question for Thibaut. No? This is from me. Thibaut, earlier there's a lot of issues about authentic, what is authentic and what is authentic and original, and preservation. Maybe you can give us a quick glimpse on that, and where it is being anchored in terms of theory.
Yeah. So another question, I'll just connect this with this question in the box, no? Okay, authentic. The real question is, what is authentic? All, if successful, are authentic. But I think the real question is if it is authentic to the source. Because a program that works for a cosmopolitan audience becomes authentic to a cosmopolitan audience. A performance that works for an indigenous community is authentic to that indigenous community. But the point now here is whether the appropriated performance that we have destroys or misappropriates the authentic source. I think that is the real issue. Because I, for example, as a director, there is a question here that says, how does one decide on the success of a performance? The success of a performance depends on how one picks up or how one accomplishes the intent or the vision of the performance. The intent or the vision of an indigenous performance is a process. Harvest, somebody is sick, healing, victory in war. The intention of a trans-created performance, it can be cognitive, emotive, affective, critical, etc. It may move people to revolt. Now that is the attention. Success can only be measured by that. Okay? But so what is now authentic? Now it depends. Again, we get back to the ethical issue now of how how close are we to the source without destroying the expressions of our sources, okay? Without demeaning them. And as much as possible, what is more important here is saying that what we present in a transcreated performance is not authentic, is not authentic. So I think that should answer your questions.
Thank you very much, Steve. To introduce our next set of panelists, please help me welcome back Coolers Artistic and Managing Director, Alleluia Panis.
Thank you, Carlo. This webinar is brought to you by Culture Aid, the Genius in the Indigenous, House of Gongs, Cool Arts, and is supported by HABI, the Philippine Textile Council, and the HABI Shop Fair, the National Commission of Culture and the Arts, Centro Rizal, Museo ng Muntinlupa, Babayan.com, and Kumu. Thank you so much for staying this long. For some folks, it's probably 12 o'clock already at night, particularly in North America. And I am so thrilled that we've had such diverse conversation. And I think at this point with Professor Thibault's explanation on authenticity and creation, we can more comfortably move into the next segment of our discussion. From the movements of dance, we now get a perspective from the contemporary music scene. Again, contemporary in a sense that these two artists that we're going to be presenting are from North America. First is Pantayo, is an all-woman kulintang ensemble based in Toronto, Canada. They combine percussive metallophones and drums from kulintang traditions of Southern Philippines with electronic and synth-based grooves. They offer music and cultural workshops to teach kulintang. Pantayo explores the possibility of kulintang through their experiences as queer diasporic Filipinos. Kat Estacio. Kat?
Hello? Can you hear me?
You're on.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much for the intro. And thank you everybody for sharing your perspectives so far. It has been very enriching. So I'm gonna provide a little bit of context. And I think context is really important just based on what we've heard earlier from Thibault. And it's really a good kind of segue. So a little bit of background on me and my creative journey with Pantayo. I am a 1.5 generation immigrant Filipino. And what that means is that some parts of my identity was formed in the Philippines and other parts of it is the result of remembering who I am when I feel uprooted and disconnected from myself and my culture. I have been working with diasporic Filipinos in Toronto for about 12 years. And in my past life, I was an arts administrator until 2015 at a youth-led Filipino organization called Kapisanan Philippine Center for Arts and Culture, and then kind of transitioned to focusing on Pantayo. Just kind of giving a little bit of framework in terms of Filipinos in Canada and how that differs from Filipino Americans. A big chunk of Filipino immigrants came to Canada in around 1970s to 1980s. They were mostly women, working professionals such as nurses, caregivers, office workers, food service workers, technicians, and garment industry workers. So compared to Filipino Americans, the migration story of Filipino Canadians is relatively fresh. And a big percentage of us here are working class with families having mothers and women as their primary breadwinner. Hang on. Okay. So now this is where Pantayo comes in. Our members are a mix of 1.5 and second generation Filipinos, meaning 1.5 gens came to Canada as children or teenagers, and second gens are born in Canada to immigrant Filipino parents. We are a group, Pantayo is a group of queer diasporic non-Indigenous Filipino women who perform our blend of kulintang with pop music. And within the context of colonial North America, this means that our bodies, our brown bodies are seen as minorities and second-class citizens. We are seen as the other. Our family's primary concern when we were growing up was meeting our basic needs. It was survival. And for the most part, we didn't have access to, nor did we have privilege of immersing ourselves in Filipino culture, arts, and music. Oops. So this question of honoring Indigenous tradition while also honoring our own perspective as Filipinas in the diaspora kind of leads to this idea that, you know, like what some panelists from previous webinars and I guess also in this webinar as well, that intentionally learning about Filipino indigenous cultures and unlearning colonial and capitalist frameworks surrounding cultural knowledge and practices started when we were young adults. It's interesting that our individual immigration or migration stories act as catalysts in our perspective as diasporic Filipinas. What brings Pantay together and what drives us in our creative journey is also the intention and need to experiment and express ourselves artistically through music. We take a practical approach, which includes narratives surrounding women's labor and representation for queer Filipinas, while also being aware of our limitations and challenges with access to Kulintang teachers and masters who are mostly based in the US and in the Philippines. So for example, Agamay Butokan, who is a Magandanaoan Kulintang master that teaches in the University of the Philippines, she's taught us that Kulintang is for self-relaxation and expression while also fulfilling a need for playing with and for community. She says that when a Kulintang player is relaxed, the audience will also feel that from the performance. We've learned pieces from her book, Palabuni Bunyan, a repertoire of musical pieces for the Magandanaoan Kulintangan. But I wasn't aware of this until I saw the book actually in Manay Alleluia's home library in 2016 and recognized the pages as PDFs that Pantaya members received from other teachers or from online sources. We also have learned indirectly from the teachings of Master Danny Kalanduyan. What we learned from this school of thought is that Kulintang is an oral art form where one learns to play through exposure and by playing with other musicians, and that there is a structured way of learning the pieces. So with the intent of creating Kulintang music together in community setting, coming together as Pantayo is a means of cultivating the sense of belongingness within ourselves and with folks who also identify as queer and diasporic and non-Indigenous and Filipinx and women or some kind of combination of any of those identities. This is how we honor the tradition of what Kulintang means to its respective communities. And this is how we honor our own perspectives as diasporic Filipinas. We understand that, our culture is not fixed and music traditions are not a thing of the past that needs to be rescued or revived. Growing up in Canada and the Philippines, there is a particular kind of colonized Filipino-ness where Kulintang was not a part of the mainstream Filipino image. We use music as a way of reclaiming ownership of what Filipino-ness means to us. We're lucky to have peers in music who share this perspective, such as Datu and Han Han in Toronto and Kimordal in Vancouver. Pantayo intentionally connects with Kulintang through workshopping within our group and with others by skill sharing. By knowing as much as we can from the traditions that they come from, we are able to synthesize our quote unquote secondhand learnings and treat it as open source so that we don't fall into this trap of acting as gatekeepers to a culture and music that isn't, inherently ours. At performances and interviews, for example, Pantayo makes sure to locate the gongs culturally and geographically and talk about our relationship to them because Filipino culture is not monolithic. So, as an immigrant raised in Luzon, Philippines, and non-Kulintang playing people, how do we create from an authentic place? This conversation about authenticity is an interesting thing because we believe that all our lived experiences as diasporic people are authentic to us. And I think that we think that authentic can perhaps mean being honest about who you are and your relationship to the music and the instruments. And does it really need to be anything else? We take from experiences only known to us. We started Pantayo as a workshop series, and at the core, we describe our journey as being like lifelong students of Kulintang. So slowly and steadily, we strive to do our best out of the knowledge and skills that we collectively have. So this process asks us to bring an open mind and open heart to what we do and being able to come into practice or rehearsal or meetings as our full selves, and we create from an authentic place. And I'm kind of skimming here, but we also want to address, this idea of giving back to the communities where our music is inspired by. And as I mentioned earlier, Pantayo is a product of our environment. Our existence is shaped by communities that we are a part of, as well as everything that influenced us, including the physical absence of teachers that we can learn directly from. The way we operate as a group and as a band is intentionally anti-capitalist and anti-colonial, while still recognizing that these are the systems and frameworks that we are operating under. We are not operating at full capacity, quote unquote, in the music industry sense, because we know that this is not healthy or is it sustainable for us. Pantayo is largely still a passion project, but being a passion project doesn't stop us from learning. It's through being connected with other Filipinos with contemporary art practice and communities of learning, like what Voices of the Field has done here, that we're able to create our learning and create in ways where we could give back in more concrete ways. We recognize that our platform and our audience includes non-Filipinos also. Our music is inspired more than Kulintang playing people. Since we incorporate pop music, our influences also include other communities in the diaspora, like the Black and Indigenous folks in Turtle Island. So we use our platform for advocacy and through our labor of constantly trying to spread the word about our music and the tradition that it comes from. I think I could kind of wrap it up there, and if there's anything else, we can talk about it at the Q&A.
Thank you, Kat. That was really complete and comprehensive. And I love it. It's so amazing to hear how artists make do with the information that they have. And at the same time, strive to get more richer and deeper information from the sources that will continue your growth as artists. We in the diaspora are creating our own tribes, so to speak, which rooted in our traditions or in our home country, but at the same time, the honoring of an authentic experience and combining, all of that. It won't be authentic, I feel, for me anyway, and perhaps for you, if we are simply, or the word is not simply because it is so difficult, to do what, let's say, Dr. Bernard Ellerin does. I mean, I so appreciate that there is somebody who's keeping the traditions alive through the kind of the classic learning of these pieces and holding it as in a vessel that people can go and say, hey, Dr. Ellerin, can you teach me, I don't know, Tagongo version 2 by Danongan Kalanduyan or by Faisal Munal. It takes away that responsibility of keeping that particular tradition in North America outside of the culture going, and allows for the creative selves to make something that is already something new, something that resonates with the experiences that are that you're having in the contemporary times of the current times, while at the same time, I think the biggest challenge is, as Dr. Thibault said, is how do we respect, how do we continue to not erase the source culture, and yet to follow those kind of traditions in the depth of the tradition, not only in the form. So thank you so much for keeping that going, and yay for Canada. Yes.
Thank you for including us here.
Absolutely. We're going to move on to our next panelist. Our final panelist for today is Kulintronica, a musician on a mission to make kulintang a household name by fusing the ancient Filipino gong instrument with modern electronic dance music. As a product of San Francisco's eclectic, multicultural, and multidisciplinary art scene, Kulintronica was once a guitar and bass player in various forms. I feel like Kulintronica is the name of a person, like you know, Cher or something like that.
I'll take that.
Kulintronica was solidifying his work ethic, getting command of different tempos and incorporating more technology into his instrument. His artistic direction led him to lead an improvisational live looping dance band until a cultural awakening led him down a new exciting direction path.
The most exciting.
Yes, an invitation to perform at the Philippine Culture Night, PCN. Participating in Rondalia workshop ended up being a life-changing experience. Wow naman. The repertoire for this show required not only guitar music, but also the diversity of Philippine musical instruments, including all shapes of bamboos and various sizes of gongs. The experience awakened something within the young musician known as Ron, and he found himself unable to turn away from the music of his Filipino ancestors. Not long after this, Ron met the master kulintang artist, Danongan Kalanduyan, and under Kalanduyan's tutelage, Ron learned the tradition of Magindanaoan kulintang playing and the potential for kulintang music to reach people on a deeper level. He also had his own idea that, or his own concern around combating the possibility of kulintang music ceasing to grow. This is really an interesting sentence here, Ron. I don't know whether you wrote this or not, because this is something that, again, I feel kind of a false narrative that is fed to, you know, to us in the diaspora, that these things are dying, when in reality, they're not dying. After all, like, these people have kept their culture alive for millions of years or thousands of years. Who are we, who are the colonized people, to say that they are diminishing or disappearing or ceasing to grow? And you know, with this webinar, we're seeing how the folks who have kept the culture, their own culture, alive and thriving, continues to develop their culture in their own way. That's given themselves agency to do that. So anyway, Ron, do you have any added? The floor is, you have the floor, Ron.
I have the floor. Can somebody unmute me? I'm stuck. I'm not muted. Okay, great. I can be heard?
You can be heard, Ron.
I can be heard. You know, I thank you for highlighting that sentence. I didn't know at the time I didn't know at the time that kulintang didn't need saving from anyone. But nevertheless, I'm happy to be part of the kulintang community. I'm happy to be on this panel. It's been such a long journey. Thank you for everyone that's been here for all three. episode, especially those of you that are in late time zones on Facebook, on Kumu, on Zoom. I guess I have the floor. I
I
see
do
a
have
lot
some
of.
questions for you, Ron.
Sure.
Okay, so this might be loaded. So during the early years, I mean, I've known Danny for quite some time. I remember that he was really sad and frustrated with the portrayals of Maguindanaoan people at PCNs and other theatrical programs. So how did the Noan Kalanduyan mentor you, a PCN kid?
How did Danny Kalanduyan, a Maguindanaoan artist, mentor a PCN kid? Is a great question. I thought that Master Danny was going to applaud me and pat me on the back for participating in PCN. And I was shocked to know that he wasn't excited about it. He told me in a very polite and quiet manner. I was sitting next to him and he looked me in the eye and he's like, "Oh, so you do PCN?" And I told him like, "Yeah, I play Rondalia with some Bayanihan alumni." And he's like, "Oh, Bayanihan, yeah. In my village when Bayanihan performed there, people were so offended by their Moro suite that they threw tomatoes at them." And I was shocked. I was floored. I was like, "Oh my God." By that time, I had been doing cultural performance for 4 years, pretty hardcore, like maybe average of 5 PCNs, also playing music for a lot of folkloric groups in the Bay Area. And I thought I was an expert. And then here I was talking to a culture bearer who's telling me, "Hey kid, you don't know as much as you think you know." And it took me a long time to recover from that shock. Master Danny kindly taught me how he likes to play the music and how his family likes to play the music. And I realized like this is really different than the Bayanihan artistic lineage that I knew from the PCN circuit, if you will. And, I continued to play for PCN and I continued to play for Danny. So I kind of felt like I had my foot in different worlds. And there were times where I had to play for PCNs and I had like Danny's voice in the back of my head saying like, you are bastardizing this. And I didn't know how that could sit with me. And at the same time, I had these Bayanihan members that are showing me like, this is our tradition and this is how we do it, and internally it was a big conflict. But for me, the guiding light was that no matter if I performed with Danny or if I performed for PCN or if I performed for a Bayanihan-esque folkloric group, the response from the audience was kind of my guiding light. In each context I would perform and the audience members would have that fire lit within them where they feel proud of being Filipino. They want to learn more. They're totally turned on by what they saw. And for me, that was the guiding light. And it took me several years to have that internal conflict be calmed down. So, I had to spend a lot of time with this subject and, to understand what a lot of the other speakers have talked about is that, being authentic is, it's a point of view. It's a perspective, and what's authentic to one person is not authentic to another. And so now I can perform for a PCN. I can perform Bayanihan inspired material and know that it's authentic to that lineage. And then I can perform traditional Maguindanaoan Kulintang in the way that Danny taught me and know that it is authentic to that perspective. And then I can bring Kulintang to a nightclub dance floor and perform Kulintang music with electronic beats and know that it's authentic to my perspective and to the perspective of other people that do resonate with electronic dance music fused with Kulintang sound.
So this loaded word authentic has been bantered and thrown around every which way. And so I think where people get really thrown off is in terms of the audience is like, how do you provide the information that you're not Magindanaoan? You know, like when they see you, and also like this is true as well of the folkloric genre, where there's this perception that what is being done on stage is the village of XYZ. And I think that's where people then, oh, well, that's not authentic, you know, to that village. But it is authentic to, let's say, Bayanihan or Ramon Abusan. But I think that's where people get thrown off because it does look like it smells like it, it's dressed like, it moves like it must be it, but it isn't it. So as people who are performing this thing, I think the biggest challenge is how, and also being in North America, let's say, maybe not in the Philippines, but being North America, you look like, or people, you're brown, you're dressed like these people. So they will assume you're Tiboli or Magindanaoan or whatever. They will not assume that you are, you know, was it Danzas de Ayer? What is that section, the Hispanic Ilustrado? Because it certainly appears like a costume. Nobody wears that anymore. But when it comes to the, you know, sort of like the ethnic, quote unquote, you know, the tribal group, it really just kind of like, I guess it's also the society where it's based on race. So it's up to us who perform these dances to say, hey, I am not of this tribe. I have I don't even know what we should be doing. I think that this is what the webinar is about. But I'm going off to a different direction, Ron.
No, this is the direction. I know.
Go ahead.
I mean, I know when you see me, this face perform, it's easy to think here is a native Magindanaoan Kulintang player. No, I'm just kidding. I think it's a testament to the artistry that it confuses people, that they're seeing something that is literally staged, and then the audience thinks like, oh, I've just witnessed an actual village experience, an actual village ritual. It's like, no, you didn't, dude. That was a show. Like you're watching a movie, right? I mean, that's a testament to the level of artistry that people can, you know, get so enthralled by what they see and they feel like it was real. So I agree with you that the responsibility is with the artisans to draw that delineation. Even though you might feel like it's going to go against, like if your goal is to transport them to this experience, you know, how do you transport them to an experience while also saying like, by the way, this is a fictional work of art, and that, you know, the names that are being portrayed are not meant to be someone in real life, you know, like that type of disclaimer. It does fall on the artist to educate. When we take cultural motifs, cultural part, and make the decision to incorporate that into our work, when we are putting ourselves out there and we're using these things from other cultures, we take on that responsibility. And you can't just point the finger and say like, oh, you can't, you know, don't criticize my work because this is a tradition, right? No, you have to own it. Like you're the one that did that. And you have to take that responsibility, and you have to be the one that's going to say that honesty. I remember in the first segment, Sir Wawai said that there will be no misrepresentation if there is honesty. And I really want to challenge all the cultural artists and folk dancers here, is like, how honest have we really been? You know, are we up there saying that you know, that we're telling these inspired stories, or are we telling people this is the culture? You know, if there's confusion out there, it's us artists that have to bear that responsibility, and if we've done wrong, we have to correct it.
So, wow, that's a good one. So I have a really like kind of like other question around the creations that you make. You know, Kulintang music, fairly traditional, on top of electronic vibes or beats or whatever. Danny was pretty like, you know, forward about what he agrees with and he disagrees with, particularly you as his student, as his disciple, as opposed to, let's say, Pantayo, who does, I mean, you like, you know, you really studied and you were also personally super, you have a great you had a relationship with him. What did he think about this? I mean, really, Ron, I don't know. It doesn't seem like his master case cup of tea, but did you get permission? What was his take on this music?
Thank you for that question. I was really nervous about taking Kulintang so far out of context to put it on a dance floor where people would be drinking and wearing revealing clothes, like doing things that are way out of context for Kulintang music. I had several conversations with Master Danny about doing this. And after several conversations, Danny finally looked me in the eye and said, "Ron, I taught you this music so that you would do something with it." I'll remember that moment for the rest of my life. I taught you this music so that you would do something with it. And then he said, I listened to your music and I don't like it. I would never listen to it for fun, but it's not for me, but I see what you're doing and I support it. And that conversation that I just paraphrased for you went over the course of maybe 3 years. And I knew that I had to maintain a relationship with him to get that permission. So for a lot of the people in the chat that are trying to figure out how do I go about this, and looking for like a guide or an FAQ on it, like there's no guide, but it's about maintaining a relationship with living people. And if you're going to do something that those people might frown upon, you got to take responsibility for it. So for people that are out there thinking like, I have this inspiration and I don't know if I should do it or not, I would tell you that that inspiration is real and you should listen to it, but also you can't ignore the living artists and culture bearers that are in the room. And you need to decide for yourself if you're going to do it in a respectful way or in a way where you don't care about their voice.
Yeah, that's so good. I think that like it's so important that we begin to think how these art forms become relevant to our daily lives, because I think that that's also not only for its survival, but also for our survival, right? And honoring the people who have kept it going is such a key point. And asking that kind of permission, at the same time having the rigor to actually study and with respect, and not kind of like, you know, like if I was listening to your music and I was a musician, it's not right for me to say, hey, there's a guy in San Francisco, California, who did this. Well, I can do it. I think that you're right. It's a personal relationship that we have to build with folks that own this music, and so that the permission happens, and there's also the honesty and the respect for ourselves. I'm just really thrilled that you're taking it to another level, in that the way you are paying back and the way I'm seeing you paying back is by producing these indigenous master artists. So how did you, I mean, to me that's like, I'm sure Danny would be so happy where he's at in the heavens to look at Ron, his disciple, to say, oh my gosh, he's actually expanding the knowledge, the information, and the different sources that people could listen to. How are you doing this, Ron? How are you curating the production of this music? And in fact, you already have it out recently, right?
Thank you so much for that question. It's really an honor to know that other Kulintang artists trust me and Lydia to help them get their work out there. And that's basically how we curate it. I mean, we really operate on the basis of trust. So if people are listening to this and they want to hear like what is this work all about, it is out there on Spotify for you to scrutinize and call out if you wish. I encourage you to do so. And we had Sir Faisal give us the blessing in the beginning, and we're releasing his music. And we also have a 1.5 generation Kulintang artist in San Francisco that is composing Kulintang music, and we're releasing his music too. And I just want to say, we're also have a collaboration with Sir Wawa, who I quoted earlier. We're going to re-release his track in November. So if you guys listen to this music on whatever streaming platform, if it's no cost to you but your time, it actually helps these indigenous artists a lot if you just listen to it once, twice, or 10 times, or 100 times. So please find us on Spotify or whatever platform and do so. And I also want to say that one of the reasons I feel comfortable and empowered to do this work is because there's so many other people out there doing the work of preservation. A lot of them are in this panel. I think we need both that preservation and that innovation to carry this tradition long into the future. It's got to be two-sided.
So last question, Ron. How are these artists getting paid, dude? I mean, really?
Getting paid in dollars. So the music.
How do you work it? I mean, do you like, okay, this certain percentage goes to, because there are definitely some costs relative.
Sure. Yeah, I'm going to open up the books to you right now. So we
Yes,
have a
please.
pretty simple record industry deal. Anything that we invest, if anything that I invest or me and Lydia invest into the project, gets accounted for, and then revenues from their work get split up until the point where we are reimbursed, and then after that, the rest of the revenue goes 100% to the artists, and the artists own all of their intellectual property. They own their compositions. We really are setting it up in a way for them to succeed. So please listen, scrutinize it, call it out, dance to it, meditate to it, whatever you want to do with it.
Thank you so much for sharing that, because I think it's so important for people to hear how you are doing this, because it's so easy to assume that Ron and Lydia are basically getting these artists to do their thing and then they rake in the dough, But first of all, we need you all to listen to the music. We need, everyone, anyone to listen to this music in order for these artists to receive any compensation. And also just so that the market knows that we are here, that there's a market for this, that this is something that can be enjoyed by us and by all. And at the same time, it will give livelihood of some sort to folks that had been doing this work for a long time. I don't know what our time is like. Do we have any questions for Ron, or do we need to move on since it is getting a little bit late? Ron, do you have anything else to say, or can I just thank you so we can move on? We can all go to bed.
Yeah, thank you everyone, and thank you Manai for empowering me that one day a long time ago, and giving me that little push to jump out of the nest and claim my own voice.
When was that, dude? I mean,
it's a story for another time, I guess. We're out of time.
All right, thank you,
Somewhere
Ron.
in San Francisco.
Veronica from Honolulu, Hawaii, and also San Francisco, California. All right, so I feel like I don't need to recap all of this. I feel like we need to save it for Q&A for later on. So, and there you have it, everyone, our panelists for our third webinar. The webinar is brought to you by Culture Aid, the Genius in the Indigenous, House of Gong, School Arts, and is supported by Hobby, the Philippine Textile Council, and the Hobby Shop Fair, the National Commission for Culture and the Arts, Centro Rizal Museum ng Muntinlupa, Baybayin.com, and Kumu. Our questions and answer discussion will start in a few minutes, so please post your questions and we will try to have them answered for you in a few. I'd like to call on my fellow moderators, Migs. Migs?
Hello.
And Carlo.
Wow, what
Yeah, I'm here.
Wow, we got so much insight from everyone here, different perspectives, different regions, different parts of the world, and I can't believe that's 3 hours, three and a half hours, I guess, has gone by real quickly.
Yeah, that's true, no?
So before we get to our question and answers, I'll just synthesize everything real quick for everybody here. So earlier, we had Bayanihan Parangal and Philippine Folk Dance Society. They shared their various education and outreach programs with local and international communities. Samahan and Tarduguk Sama and Pasakat, they shared their personal experiences in discovering the identities of their groups and creating connections. MJ from the Incheon Bilingual Theater Festival of Korea, the experiences and collaborations with groups to showcase the Filipino culture. Sertibo from IPAG talked about engaging their communities with the end goals of putting it on the stage through trans creation. Sydney also talked about collaborating and building alliances and coalitions to have a survival in the community, and of course, their process in the starting out of their group of Horaya. Pantayo talked about being a passion project and collaborating with other groups and giving back to communities and using their platform through their advocacy. And of course, our last panelist, Ron, he talked about his experiences with training with Master Danny in Kulintang, and that authentic is a point of view, but maintaining a relationship and trust with living people. So again, thank you to all of our panelists that have joined us here for today. And of course, the time differences, we have people that are all over the world. So, we appreciate that you have been sticking around with us. Hello to the 2,700 plus over there on Kumu that have been sending halos nonstop to us. And again, we love the halos. We love them better in person. So again, we thank each and every one of you for sticking around and joining us for this final webinar for Voices from the Field. And of course, I wanted to say something about what Manay said earlier. Manay spoke about creating our own tribes and making do with what you have. And of course, finding your creative selves that makes something that resonates with the creator and the form. So that statement right there, whatever, kind of pretty much puts everything all into perspective about how we've all presented both the folkloric, the contemporary, and how things have moved on. So at this time, we would like to open the floor to questions. And of course, we want to bring Alleluia back with me here.
You're so awesome. How can you synthesize all of that back to back? You must have 12 brains. I can only focus on one thing. So thank you, Migs, for that. We have compiled your questions and sent from over Zoom, Facebook, email, and Kumu. So before we wrap things up, we'd like to have an open dialogue with our panelists. Is this the right script that I'm reading, y'all?
Yeah, okay. So some of our panelists have had to leave due to schedule conflicts, so we'll try to address most of your questions as best we can. So again, we want to remind both our panelists and the audience, this webinar is meant to, again, foster an understanding between culture barriers based in the Philippines and abroad in terms of representing the Philippines in a contemporary performance environment. Now, if we can get all of our participants on screen, can we get them on screen here? Everybody on screen? I think everybody's up. A full gallery view. Now, there's nothing like the thrill of performing and being before a live crowd. And as hard as you're prepared, those butterflies in the stomachs can get the best of you. So just to break the ice with our panelists after such a long discussion, and I'm gonna ask two questions here. You can do it by a show of hands. Do we have everybody on screen here? All right, okay. So, who has ever dropped a coconut, glass, performance sticks, or had a slight wardrobe malfunction during a performance? I know that, see, I see the hands up there, okay. And then let's try this other question here. Who else has gotten caught in the bamboo, either performing tinikling or any type of bamboo dance? Okay, see a couple hands there. And of course, my last question, just to break the ice, is Who here has forgotten their steps or their notes during a performance and just smiled the whole way through? So again, thanks to our panelists for helping me break the ice. And of course, to our audience, it's time for you to ask your questions. And we've got the list here. We'll start off with Alleluia. If you can
Really?
go for
Me?
it. Yeah. Yeah.
Where's the list of questions?
I think Lydia has them sent there real quick.
Somebody read it, please.
Okay. So
Here
for
it
the
is.
here we go. I'll go with the first question right here. For the dance companies there, how do you give back to the IP groups that you learned from?
Supporting their industry. So whatever they're selling, you know, I get constant Facebook messages of like, oh, look, I'm selling a sarunai. Oh, you want to buy my malong? You know, I inform people that, hey, you know, we need to support the textile industry. You know, we need to support, you know, sarunais, the selling of sarunais, and, you know, ikat weavings or the taboli cloth, all of that. You know, you just, when the opportunity comes, because I know we're in a state of COVID, most likely we're never going to travel. We're not going to travel to the Philippines anytime soon. Support the industry in whatever they have to offer and connect with those cultural bearers and whatever, you know, they have to offer.
Also, in addition to what Bernard said, Megs, so what happens is when we have a paid gig, so a percentage of that, so whatever the sum is at the end of the year, we send it to the culture bearers.
Oh, great. Because I know from my experience, like in the late 90s in DC, we didn't have much access to instruments. There was only one store where I'd have to travel from DC to New Jersey, was Tatak Filipino, and pretty much they had their display that was on in the store. And I kind of said, I went up to them, I said, are you selling these things? Are you selling these instruments? You know, maybe if you're interested, maybe I can buy them from you. I can buy them from you. So I mean, you know, we work like Manai said earlier. You know, you work with what you have sometimes, and you know, the more and more that we understand things, you know, start connecting, like that connection and building those relationships. This is how we're able to help these IP groups out. So, you know, for those that are starting out, you know, you have your ways. You have there's numbers of books, there's numbers of CDs, there's, you know, YouTube. But I mean, at the very forefront, what we're pushing for here is, you know, you have to kind of go back to the source and kind of give back to them, because that's what you're also taking from them.
I don't know whether this question has been answered or not, but how do you reconcile the concept of personal creative expression and the burden of being the representative of a culture? Wasn't that responded to already throughout tonight?
Yeah, I think everybody gave their different perspectives from the views of their company. So we have another question here. Sydney, the question for you is, how has folkloric dance become your vocabulary in telling your story specifically?
Well, I was once a bayanihan, so my technique is based from the method and style of the fresh Urbila. So, but now it's just like after bayanihan, there's always life after bayanihan. So I am a creator. I am a visionary. I am a choreographer, and for me, just deriving my movements from those basic technique and methods is like the main, I would say, the main source of the works that I have created. So the folkloric, I would say, not really folkloric, but the style and technique of the Fresh Urbila in particular is my inspiration in creating the movements that I have in my work.
Thank you so much for that, Sydney.
There's a question here about, for the IP panelists, is it appropriate for Filipinos in the diaspora to call themselves culture bearers? I feel like that's like an authentic question. What is authentic? What is a culture bearer?
We don't consider ourselves as the culture bearers in Parangal, but we do connect them to who the actual culture bearers are.
Maybe Ma'am Saki, can you answer the question?
Ano yun? Bulag kasi.
Again, paki-repeat, Manay, yung question.
Is it okay for Filipinos in the diaspora to call themselves culture bearers? I guess that would be more specifically, it would be weird if someone who's doing Igala Pangalay, who is a Filipino, not from Tawi-Tawi or from Sama, Bajau, Tausug tribe, to call themselves a culture bearer. I don't know. Go ahead, Ma'am Saki, kung ano
I
man
think
ang-
it's okay, but not unless it's performed properly. It's okay, but perform it properly. You should know at least the do's and don'ts of the dance.
There you have it. Thank you, po.
Because the eagle is not actually a choreographed dance. The movements of your body, of your hands, comes from your imagination. And so just do it properly, smoothly, not at least you should know the do's and don'ts of it.
Salamat po, Ma'am Saki. I think that to clarify that for those who are in the diaspora or outside of the culture, that when she says imagination, you better know what she's talking about, not the imagination that you would have of a shark or something else in another culture, but really getting to know the culture of where Eagle comes from in order for you to have your own imagined movement in the dance. Kaya hindi lang basta-basta ano, kailangan 'di ba pag-aralan nila kung ano ba sa inyo.
Alamin mo ang source niya, ang origin niya, and then you can improve it for as long as hindi over-improve.
Well, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, natatiyak talaga ako magsagot. Everybody is a cultural bearer, but the culture that we carry is the culture that we have. So for example, if I learn Igal in a very formal way, I am simply an artifactual example of what the Igal is and not a practitioner of the Igal. Because when I do dance, and by the way, we cannot separate dance from music and narrative. That in itself already is a cultural construct. Because when, for example, we say that music, specifically music, period, that is a cosmopolitan typology. Because the Igal, the Pangalay, and all other forms, even the epics, would merge all other forms. Therefore, if I study the Igal in very formalized ways, that in itself, the process is no longer an indigenous process, because the indigenous process is experience. The indigenous process is lived. The indigenous process does not have a construct or a structure. In other words, I am now a living artifact, but artifact nevertheless.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that insight. Great. We know that time differences are killing everybody here at this time. So again, we want to say thank you to all of our panelists and to everyone who sent in their questions, giving their perspective on the different companies' practices and of course mindset when it comes to presenting Filipino in the contemporary environment. So again, we want to thank our panelists from Bayanihan, Parangal Dance Company, Philippine Folk Dance Society, Samahan Filipino American Performing Arts and Education Center Incorporated, Tarduguk Sama Cultural Troupe, Pasakat Philippine Performing Arts Group, Incheon Bilingual Theater Festival Korea, Integrated Performing Arts Guild, Haraya Project, Pantayo, and Colintronica. Now, we'd like to call on our organizer, Charisse, who put this all together. We want to give her a big round of applause and doing this, 3 years.
Yay!
Three long webinars, but 3 webinars that have actually opened up our insights into, the Filipino mindset in the Philippines and of course in the diaspora. So, Charisse?
now I can't even talk anymore. I just wanted to say thank you to all of you. You know, we're so humbled that you all took the time out and spent hours with us with a technical rehearsal and just being with us today. And we, you know, we hope to collaborate again kasi marami pang mga webinars and events starting January. So yeah, are we gonna have, does anyone have any last things? Are we gonna get everyone to say something before we end, Megs?
No, I think we've gotten a lot to say. We've got a lot to say. We just need to take one group picture for
okay.
No wacky, or we can do a wacky if you like. It's up to you guys.
One, two, three. Okay, cool. And also for the of you that are watching, we do have a survey. Please fill that out. And thank you very much. We will be back. That concludes our October, crazy October, but we will be back in January for more programs. So thank you for being with us today.
Thank you.
How many midnight, early morning chats between you and Lydia did it take to throw this thing?
Oh my goodness. Yeah, so I also want to thank Lydia for just being crazy with me and just doing all this programming and calling all of these people like in the middle of the night or whatever. She doesn't sleep either. So yeah, more programs to come, guys.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Charisse.
Again, we want to say thank you to everyone here for joining us.
Sige, maraming salamat.
Maraming salamat.
Maraming salamat.
Thank you very much. Thank you, and hello again. Hallelujah. Hope to see you
Thank
again.
you very much.
Thank you,
Bye.
everyone.
Susunod.
Carlota, Rodel, Tibo.
Yay, Maming!
Hi, Mame. Hi, Sir Carlo. Sir Tipo. Bye.
Bye.
Hey, Christian.
Highly
Thank
show
you. Take care, everyone. Take care.
Thank you for your help, Christian.
And of course, thank you to everybody that joined us here. And of course, this program was brought to you by Culture8, the Genius and Indigenous, House of Gongs, Cool Arts, and supported by Hobby, the Philippine Textile Council, and the Hobby Shop Fair, the National Commission for Culture and the Arts, Centro Rizal, Museo na Muntinlupa, by Bayan.com, and Kumu. So, from the Philippines to where you are, we all say maraming salamat po and mabuhay.
Mabuhay!
In another Zoom.
Okay.
Meeting.